I don't wanna act too high and mighty, cause tomorrow I may fall down on my face. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful day. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful day.
Sometimes life is good, but then the trouble comes my way. But whatever happens, Lord, I thank you for this day. When I'm feeling troubled, I lift my hands and pray that your will be done in the rain or sun. No, it's a beautiful day.
I don't wanna act too high and mighty, cause tomorrow I may fall down on my face. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful day. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful day.
I give her thanks when I'm feeling lonely. I give her thanks when I'm feeling glad. I give her thanks in the morning and a thanks in the evening and a thanks when I'm feeling sad.
I don't wanna act too high and mighty, cause tomorrow I may fall down on my face. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful day. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful day.
All right, everybody. Today we have a special guest. He's has a channel called Stellium7, and without further ado, let's get to know Mike a little bit better. Hi, Mike. How's it going?
Hi there. I'm doing good, thank you. How are you?
Doing very well, and thank you very much for joining us today for a conversation. And tell us, where are you calling from?
Calling from Spain on the Costa Blanca, about an hour from Valencia and another hour from Alicante in that region.
Awesome. Well, let's just start from the beginning as we usually do over here. So I'd like to get to know you a little bit better as an individual, and we'll talk about your work and how you got into it perhaps later on. But for now, let's start from the very beginning. Tell us a little bit about yourself and where you come from, any memories that you might have had in your childhood. Let's start with that.
Okay, going back that far. I was born in California, raised in Southern California, lived the first years of my life in Los Angeles with my mom. And then eventually we moved to a town called Ojai, which is spelled O-J-A-I. It's a Native American Indian word. Means the nest, depending on who you ask. And it's a little valley that's surrounded by mountains. It's about half an hour from Ventura, and really beautiful part of the world. I was very lucky to grow up in such a beautiful place. Developed an early love for nature, and then later when my mother remarried, I got to travel the the west coast of the United States and the western United States and see a lot of the national parks and camp out and see some really amazing geological formations, which always kind of captured my interest, but not for the reasons it does today. I don't know what kind of depth you want to go into with my childhood. My mom was, I suppose you would call, a classic hippie, was very interested in things that we call new age nowadays, but she wasn't interested so much in the drug aspects of the 60s and the kind of the commune free love sort of thing. It was, for her, it was more about meditation and spirituality. And from even before I was born, she was already interested in meditation and had a guru from the East that she started to follow. So she was a very interesting lady. Still is. She's still alive, luckily. And she's always been interested in things like astrology and more esoteric occultic teachings. And so I grew up with a very Eastern view of the world and of the cosmos, believing in reincarnation and that the history that we're told in the West might not be exactly as we're led to believe as we're growing up. And so, yeah, astrology, numerology, these kinds of things, they were part of my upbringing, everyday life. Not that I was that interested in it or I was being trained or anything. It was just something that was always there. And then I took, I had an interest in those things later on in life, and I started to study astrology on my own, and a lot of the things that my mom was interested in, I became interested in and started to look into. At one point, she was working as a book buyer in a New Age bookstore, so she would send me a lot of interesting books, and so in my teens and 20s, I was reading up on all kinds of different subjects, which I'm still interested in today, but they weaved in very beautifully with a lot of things that I've learned in the last decade, which I knew absolutely nothing about until recent years. So it was a good foundation for kind of a broad perspective on the world and on life, I think. And yeah, let's start with that.
Yeah. So, do you have any siblings? You don't talk about your father that much, so I imagine he was not really in the scene that much.
Yeah,
What about
no
that?
siblings. I'm an only child. My real father left when I was 1, and had very little contact with him until my late teens, where I kind of took up contact with him on my own out of interest, and then we maintained not more of a friendship than any kind of a father-son connection until I was until I moved to Spain in 2011 when he passed away. He was living in Bali. He was a very unusual man who traveled the world a lot. He was as a young boy, he was kind of nudged by my grandmother into the direction of modeling, and then started to do acting in commercials in Hollywood. And by the time he was 12, 13, 14, he was actually appearing in some of the biggest television shows that were on the air at that time. He was on the Bob Hope Show, and he was on Burns and Allen a few times, and Father Knows Best, and so he had a flourishing, career as a young actor that was definitely going to probably continue in that direction. But my grandfather didn't really like the industry so much, and didn't feel like it was a healthy environment, and there were ultimatums, and he kind of got pulled away from that. And so then, he focused more on artwork. He was an artist, as is my mother. My mom is a very creative woman. She's a painter, a musician, self-taught. She does all kinds of different things, calligraphy, and now she's a jeweler. and my father was also a very talented artist when it came to painting and poetry and that sort of thing. So his exposure, or his influence on me through my upbringing was basically, birthday cards, and probably all the days we spent together were totaled maybe a month at most. But he influenced me because of who he was and the way he lived. But when the 60s rolled around, he got into the drugs and psychedelics and all of that. But before that, he was an exchange student in Europe, and that really altered his perspectives on things as he studied in Italy and later in Sweden. And so he eventually, I can't remember what it's called. It's SSI or something, like it's affectionately known as crazy pay. He was not mentally fit. That was determined later in life. And so he basically lived off of a stipend from the government through his whole adulthood. And it's not really enough to live any kind of a decent life. It keeps you from starving to death, maybe. But he realized that he could travel to far cheaper places and be able to live a decent life on what he was getting. So he lived in Costa Rica and Kathmandu and Hawaii, Florida, Nepal, India. He was all over the place. And so I would get, little tidbits along the way. And he was an interesting man. So I've got a bit of both of them in me, definitely.
Yeah, that's very fascinating. And you mentioned earlier that your mother followed a guru. Can you describe? Do you know much about this guru? Because I'm interested
Yeah,
in gurus, and as you know,
initially.
I'm in India.
Oh no, I didn't know that. I think you mentioned that in the email. Yeah, I'd forgotten. I was about to ask you where you are. So in India, what part of India? Not that I know it, but
I'm in the state of Himachal Pradesh, which is just below Kashmir and Jammu,
okay.
Kashmir, and Leh Ladakh. So
I
it's
have a
up
close
north.
friend that's cycling the whole country. He's doing 8,000 kilometers of cycling. He's getting closer to the Himalayas. So she and my father both were initially initiated into transcendental meditation, and were with that for a little while. But my mom, it didn't really resonate with her, and so eventually she came across another teaching known as Sant Mat, and it's the guru at the time was Charan Singh, and I can't remember the name of it's a lineage of gurus that pass it on to someone before they die. And it's pretty grueling as far as what it requires of people, because you say vows of you promise to be vegetarian, you promise to meditate 2 hours a day minimum, you abstain from all mind altering substances. So it's pretty it's not
Pretty
widespread, probably
strict.
for that reason.
It sounds like Vipassana quite a bit. I mean, if you follow the Vipassana path, you also would make similar vows of, being a vegetarian, and then you have to meditate 2 hours a day, 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the evening, things like that. So it sounds quite
Mm.
similar that way. So you grew up in California. You're only child, and you were raised by your mother for the most part. So and you're already kind of interested in some esoteric type stuff, right?
Child.
Astrology, like I assume it's
Mhm.
Western astrology, right?
Yeah, I've never studied any of the Eastern astrology at all. I know nothing about it. I mean, other than the basic signs and stuff. But I have a pretty decent understanding of astrology as far as the mechanics of it, and the basic understanding of the planets and the houses and the signs and aspects, and the natal chart. But when it comes to things like the different housing systems and that kind of stuff, I just have it set on whatever my mom was using, because I never got deep enough into it to know how that would matter. 1 second. Hold on. I just got a warning. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So, yeah, I lost it. I got notified for something. But
Yeah, yeah. You were talking about astrology, and you know astrology fairly
Hmm.
well. The Western astrology that you were taught.
Yeah. I more look at, I don't try and interpret so much, or, excuse me, clear my throat. Sorry to everybody listening. um, I don't try to use it for predictive purposes, or it's more relational, like looking at the different kinds of things that manifest in people's natal charts, looking at how natal charts overlap, and the similarities, and the different kinds of aspects that follow generationally through family lines and that sort of thing. Those are things that are interesting to me. But as far as housing systems and that kind of thing, that's beyond my astrological pay grade. Sorry, I'm copying all these files over. It took about an
Yeah.
hour longer than I thought it was going to, and it's giving me little warnings along the way. So yeah.
No worries. What about so did you go to like regular school, like kindergarten, elementary school, like you got Western education, I
Yeah, we
imagine?
bounced a
And
lot around a
what was that
lot.
like?
Like my kindergarten and my first, second years, I went to multiple different schools in the LA area. And when we moved to Ojai and I went into second grade there, it was a bit of a shock for me. I had long blonde hair down to here, curly, was a vegetarian, was the smallest kid in school, had a weird name. I go by Mike, which is my middle name, but my original first name was Princeton, and everyone called me Prince in the family because you always shorten the name. So I grew up Prince. That was my name, and I never thought anything of it until I got into second grade and I started getting mocked, and they're calling me Princess. And in the 70s, it was a common name for dogs, so they were like, "Your boy," And so I came home crying from school one day, wanted to change my name to the most common thing I could think of, but it was a name I liked, and I had an uncle named Mike, so became Mike, and then cut my hair, and nothing worked. I was already a target, I had enough. There was enough there. It was like a bullseye on my back. So, and being a vegetarian didn't help either. I was the only one in the school that was a vegetarian, and I had no desire to eat meat. It wasn't something like, oh, I wish I could grow up like a normal kid. I loved animals and didn't have any desire to consume them in order to continue living. And at 56, it's still working for me. So some people think you need it to survive, and I think maybe that's true when it comes to body type, but I'm doing okay so far.
Yeah, well, you're alive so far. You seem healthy, so I think But I mean, like, so all your life you were a vegetarian. That's pretty impressive. And I mean, your mother was a vegetarian, and she raised you to be a vegetarian. And back in the day, when I was growing up in Wisconsin, I became a vegetarian after reading a book by Peter Singer titled "Animal Liberation," and then I just became a vegetarian like the day after I finished reading that book. But I was like the only one. I remember when I was in high school that was a vegetarian, so it's I guess quite normal to be one of the kind when you're a vegetarian in some places, obviously. Here in India, it's more common, and other
hmm,
places, it's like Nepal, it's more common to have vegetarians compared to the West and Korea.
hmm.
So, what about elementary school, middle school, high school? Did you have any, I don't know, experiences that you want to, share with anybody here? Anything unusual that you might have had encountered or experienced?
Well, one of the things that kind of set me on the path of being a misfit was when I was 12. I got on the wrong side of a kid in school that uh, I we were just joking around. I thought he was a friend, and I said something that pissed him off, and he hauled off and slugged me in the face, and I went to the principal and he got suspended. And so he knew he couldn't touch me after that, but he started spreading rumors about me, and those rumors were that I was gay and that he had caught me masturbating in the bathroom. And so I didn't even know what masturbation was at that point. I was 12, almost 13, and I didn't have any older siblings. So, that was the way I learned about what that is all about, because I came out of the classroom one day and all these kids are calling me a faggot and making these gesticulations, and I didn't know what the hell was going on. And so that was like towards the end of the 7th grade, and I got severely abused for the remaining weeks of school. It was all my mom could do just to get me to keep going to class. And then hoping that was all going to go away after summer, we went on a road trip in a VW van and went to the national parks, and I came back praying it was going to be different, and it was like nobody had anything else to talk about during the summer. So that tainted my 8th and 9th and all the way into 10th grade, where I had this reputation of being something that I wasn't, and was abused by a number of different people for that. So I withdrew. I was interested in video games and computers a lot. And so by the time I was 12, 13, and I got a PC that I could, hold on one second. Let me just, this is done, I think. Yes, sir. All right. Let me just really quickly make sure everything's on there like it should be. Perfect. Yes. Wait a minute. 30. I thought it was 43 gigs. Anyway, 36. That'll keep you busy. There you go. Take care. All right. So, so I ended up getting into computers at a very young age, and telecommunications as well. Got a modem. I had a 300 baud modem. That was my first one. You could see the text going across the screen like this. It was so slow. And that became a hobby for me for the next 4 years. I spent a great deal of time, doing things that I shouldn't on computers. And eventually I learned how to make phone calls for free, and I was basically gaming the whole telephone system and conference calling and all kinds of things that we take for granted nowadays, which were only available to governments and corporations back then. I was making use of those. And so I met a lot of people around the country that had similar interests, and we shared a lot of information. And it was a whole subculture of hackers that were, it was back then it was bulletin boards. There was no internet. So it was, you log onto bulletin boards. The infrastructure for the internet was there. We called it ARPANET, and basically the military bases and the universities and the think tanks, they were all connected, to this infrastructure, which is now the internet. But for private users that didn't have access to that, we were just using modems to log into other people's computers, where you could share information. So those were popping up all over the United States. And back when I got into it, there were thousands. And then within a few years, there were tens of thousands. And in 1983, the movie War Games came out. And that basically kind of opened everyone's mind to the possibility and that you could connect to computers through phones. And so it just exploded after that. But I had already been involved with it for a few years at that point. And at a pretty deep level as well. I was traveling around and actually meeting some of these people. And so then when I was, we were meeting at things that they called hack cons back then for hacking convention. And it was basically a bunch of guys like going and staying in somebody's grandmother's house or something, and, eating pizza and drinking Coca-Cola and playing video games and talking about computers for a weekend. That was what we called a hack con, but those actually morphed into DEF CON. So DEF CON, which is now like, 50,000 people in Vegas, it had its roots in these these different get-togethers that were primarily happening on the East Coast. So I got to meet a lot of people that were really amazing intellects back then, who turned out, like in hindsight, looking back years later, to be some of the biggest names in hacking of the entire decade. So that was pretty cool to get to meet those people. And then I went to Seattle on my way back from one of those events, and I was in Seattle for a while and got busted for breaking into computers in Seattle. So it's kind of a nefarious tale, and I just lost you. I don't know if you're still there. It's just spinning. There you are. You're back.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's raining over here, and I think it's messing with the connectivity. Do you mind camming down so we have a better connection for now,
Sure.
and then maybe we'll cam
Yeah.
back up?
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, much better.
you can hear me fine?
Yeah. Yeah. So like you were, I mean, like that's quite amazing. I mean, you must have been quite good with computers to be able to do all that. And like, you know, like you grew up mostly in the 80s, I presume, and you know, that was kind of your, like, you
wasn't good
graduated
enough
high
because I
school in
got
the late
busted.
80s.
Sorry, I talked over you.
You did.
Yeah, we're talking about, I got into computers like 79, 80, and then War
Mhm.
Games came out in 83, and in 85 is when I got busted for hacking in Seattle. And that was,
Oh my goodness. Wow.
that was quite a tale. I've written a book about it, but I've been dragging my heels for about 30 years on the publishing part of the book. The book is written; it's just the marketing that I dread. So I haven't gotten around to it. I keep promising it, but it's a crazy tale. I have if someone wants to like see if any of what I'm saying is true, if you go to Wikipedia and you search for list of computer criminals, you pull it up, and in the third paragraph, it talks a little bit about my case, because I was arrested for breaking into Microsoft, Sunstrand, Kenworth Trucking, and a subsidiary of Boeing. And those were the four companies that I was charged with. There were a lot more companies that they could have, but they just took the four biggest for, you know, ease of paperwork. And the whole court case was pretty big news. It hit the front page of the papers multiple times and attracted a lot of attention nationwide. But then it was also before the newspaper archives online. So people don't know about it, because after the whole thing was said and done, I never did any interviews or wrote a book. So it just faded into obscurity, but it's there on Wikipedia. And I have the distinction of being the first person in the world to go to jail for the crime of hacking, which is a strange distinction to have. But yeah, there were other hackers who went to jail for other crimes before me, but they were going usually for things like fraud or theft or that sort of thing. So the laws were very new back then. In fact, in the state of Washington, they had the most progressive laws in the union at that point for computer crime. It was the first time that type of crime had actually been defined in legislation. And a year later, they basically made that law a national law and passed what was known as the Computer Crime and Fraud Act, which was in 1986. So I was really the test case for the new law. They really wanted jail time because they wanted to send a message to you know, other youthful hackers that might be interested in doing the same things I was doing, and let them know that this is not acceptable and we will come after you. And with the 1986 law, as well as the law I was being tried under, it was a felony to break into a computer, even if you broke nothing. If you just slipped in through the phone lines, like I could go into your house and bludgeon you over the head assault and battery and steal your computer. But that would have been less of a crime than if I slipped in through the phone wire. So there was a bit of hypocrisy in the legislation and in the way that they were making the punishments so stiff for this. I guess they wanted to be the only ones that were doing it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they like to have a monopoly on everything. But I mean, you are number 2 on that list according to the Wikipedia that I shared
Yeah.
there. So
The first
how
one.
long?
The first one was
Yeah. Go ahead.
a guy named Gerald Wondra. I think he was one of the 414s. That resulted in a probation, so he didn't serve any jail time. So I was the first one to actually hear the bars close.
So it says that you spent 2 weeks in jail.
Yeah, it was a small amount, but it was, like I said, it was more of a symbolic thing. They were really pushing for jail time, and the judge dropped a week of it later because basically what they did is they didn't want to put me in a county jail, so they put me in this holding cell for drunk drivers. It was a real jail, proper jail doors and everything, but it was a totally laid back environment. So I was going to lose a job if I wasn't able to go to work, so they dropped it down to a week, and then they let me out during the day to go to work. So it wasn't like I did any hard time by any means.
What kind of work were you doing at that time?
Well, before I was working at Delhi, and then I worked for a guy that owned a radio station. He was just wanted me there to do a bit of consulting with the computers and teach him how to use them. It was basically an excuse to get out of jail.
But what year was this that happened? It says, let's see, this was in '86, so
Yeah.
you were
That
quite
was
young at that time.
Sentencing was
You were
86.
still a teenager.
I turned 18 2 weeks before they caught me, so I wasn't the luckiest.
Oh boy, if you could have been just 17 years old, things could have been different.
Yeah, then I would have gotten off with the slap on the hands. But it's a big story. There's so many more chapters that I'm not even going into here, but the people I met, the journeys that I had, there's some just, it's one of those things where the truth is stranger than fiction. And so everyone who's ever heard the basics of the story is like, that should be a Hollywood movie, because it's just so crazy. And it didn't need any embellishing. It's, when they say based on a true story, the book is a true story. I didn't have to make anything up. It's what happened. So.
Well, where can people find your book, Mike?
It's not out yet. I'm hoping.
Oh, okay.
I'm hoping in the next few months to get an assistant and get this happening once and for all. I'm going to be going to a conference in June in California, and then from there to Colorado for something related to the research that I've done that has nothing to do with the book or the hacking. And then once I'm back from that, I'm gonna go into high gear and finish it and get it out there.
All right. I'm sure everybody will be looking forward to that, and perhaps it will turn into a Hollywood movie after all. We shall see. But let us continue with the story. So, I mean, after that experience, what happened to you? What did you do afterwards?
Well, up to that point, I had really just, I had always been interested in computers and video games, but had struggled with the social life. And when I left my hometown in California, it was a totally different experience being out in the world. I didn't have a specter hovering over me that influenced other people's ideas about who I was. So I could just be me, and I started making friends and had a very modest first job after getting busted. I made sandwiches in a deli, and then after that worked in a store that was kind of like the Sharper Image catalog. I don't know if you ever heard of that, but they sold high-tech gadgets, and I worked as a temporary secretary. I did lots of different things, but had an apartment. My first girlfriend when I was 19, and that relationship lasted about a year and a half. And then when that fell apart, it was I wanted to hit the road and experience new things, because my plan had always been to travel around and see the States. So I had a motorcycle and camping gear, and was leaving Washington after having spent 4 years there, and then went down to California to visit my mom. And after a couple weeks in California, I had a motorcycle accident, and the bike got totaled, and I was okay. I fared well. I got really bruised up and had a hard time moving for a couple of weeks, but no major damage. But I had to wait about 6 months for the settlement to come in, so that I could get a new bike and have money for what I'd gone through. And in that 6 months, I got a job working at a hotel in my hometown. I was a room service waiter, and was just saving money so I could do this trip. And then I had a place of my own, and I bought a car. And by the time the money came through for the motorcycle, I was enjoying my time there. So I decided to just keep working. Started to study massage, body work, which is still what I do to this day. I'm a chiropractor here in Spain. And I started, in my 20s studying massage, and then did that for a while. I was doing the waiting tables. I studied hang gliding as well. I started to train for that, and can't remember how old I was when I started. I was about, I don't know, I was in my 20s. I flew for almost 10 years in California, and so I was able to do all that, and while I was working in this job. So I wasn't so eager to hit the road and leave it all behind. And eventually
Well,
I did that.
would you consider yourself a bit of a adrenaline junkie? I mean, riding motorcycles and doing hang gliding. It sounds kind of dangerous. And the motorcycle accident, I imagine it wasn't your fault, but it totaled the bike, so it prevented you from
Yeah,
going
no,
across America.
I like to go fast, but I wasn't one of these people that gets crazy and plays in corners. I like the high speed of the bike, but I wasn't a madman. The hang gliding wasn't about. I mean, obviously, it's a major adrenaline rush to fly. Especially the launch itself as you run off the mountain. But for me, it was more about the joy of flight. I'd had a couple of dreams in my youth that were flying dreams that were very profound for me. Like, some people learn how to lucid dream, and they can control their dreams, and they can fly whenever they want. I never got to that point where I had that kind of control in dreams, and I had these two experiences that left a profound impact on me. So eventually, rather than hope for more dreams, I decided to try and bring it into reality, and that was why I started to study hang gliding in the first place. And I could easily write a book about the experiences I had during those years hang gliding, because some of them are just remarkable tales and amazing experiences. It's the kind of thing I like to tell people at, it's a cocktail party or something. I'll pull out some of the old hang gliding stories.
Yeah, you did it for 10 years. That's quite a long time to do hang gliding.
Yeah, I had a lot of really wild flights as well. Most people think of a hang glider as like a paper airplane where you throw it and then it just slowly glides to the ground. And a lot of people will see hang glider pilots flying cliff faces, because the water, the wind is coming in off of the ocean, and it'll hit the cliff face, and it has nowhere to go but up. And so there'll be this band of lift that the person can like float in and just kind of go back and forth and do figure eights on a cliff face. But a lot of people don't realize that if you know what you're doing, you can do cross country flying, and you can do what's known as thermaling, where you'll fly in, and there will be an uprush of warm rising air, and you'll feel it kind of lift under your wing as you're flying. And so if you know how to center yourself in that shape, you can start to spiral upward. And so you can gain altitude, because normally, in a hang glider, you don't have a propeller or a motor. So you just you'll lose altitude. It's roughly 200 feet per minute that you'll go down unless you have something to keep you up. So it's always, if you want to fly longer flights, you're always looking for lift, and that means you got to learn how to read the terrain and understand the micrometeorology of clouds and how they form and where and why and what time of day. And these are all things that you can learn kind of on the fly. But the more you know up front, the the safer it is, because the less likely you are to make stupid mistakes, which I made many of. So the ability to ride a thermal up and then use that altitude in order to maybe try and jump to the next peak, like you're playing leapfrog on a mountain range. That's the kind of flying that I was doing, and it's really a remarkable experience. That nowadays we see all these videos of these people doing amazing things in wingsuits, and they're flying. I don't know what their top speeds are, probably well over 150 miles an hour. And they're just, they've got a glide ratio, but it's basically kind of falling with style. I mean, they've got a lot of control and they can maneuver in tight areas, but they can never go up and they can never prolong their flights. So the hang gliding experience, and the other thing that's nice about the hang glider as opposed to a paraglider is that you're in a cocoon. So you're lying down, you have a control bar. So you're flying like as if you were Superman, and the control bar doesn't obscure your vision. So your arms are out in front of you and you're using those to change your direction. So it's basically the closest you could get to pure flight without actually being a bird. And that was what I wanted. And I had a lot of fun moments doing that.
Wow, amazing. Quite an experience. I didn't know that you could actually, yeah, I just assumed that you just glide down and that's about it, but I didn't realize you can actually gain altitude. So if you know what you're doing, you can be up there for a long time. So how long can you be gliding for? Like hours, I imagine?
I don't know what the world record is now, but back when I was flying, it was 36 hours. And that record was set in Molokai in Hawaii, where the trade winds come in and they can blow for days on end without subsiding. And so that's what I was describing before, where you're basically just floating in a lift band in front of a cliff face, or up above and in front. And so the challenge with that would be, going to the bathroom, eating, and not falling asleep for 36 hours straight. The guy did it in commemoration of Otto Lilienthal's transatlantic flight, which was said to have been 36 hours in length. So, yeah. But as far as cross country goes, I don't know what the record is now, but I think it's upwards of 700 miles in a single flight, which is amazing for a craft that has no engine or propeller. So
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
launching. A lot of those launches, I think, for the really long distances are done in deserts, where you get these cloud streets of puffy white clouds that just make a long line kind of going in the same direction of the mountain range. And so they will tow gliders up. So instead of foot launching from a mountain, they'll have the glider on the back of a truck with a winch and a cable. And then the truck will drive and they'll literally pull the hang glider up like it's a giant kite. And they can tow up to, 1,000 or 2,000 feet. I'm not sure what the limits are for the towing, but that gets them into the lift band. And then from there, they can ride up to the bottom of the clouds, the cloud street. And then they can just go. And usually those cloud streets will be moving in a direction. So if they go in that direction, you have your normal ground speed plus the tail speed. So you can cover a lot more ground if you're traveling with the flow of the air. And so 700 miles. My longest flight was 4.5 hours. I did some really tactical stuff where I launched low and got high and then went far. And that's really cool, because if you launch low, like if you launch at 1,000 feet and you have a 200 feet per minute drop, if you don't find lift within 5 minutes, you're already on the ground. So some launches, you only have a couple of opportunities to try and catch the lift in order to be able to get up and then use that in order to start traversing the landscape. And yeah, so that was the kind of thing I did anytime I had a spare moment when I was in my 20s.
How far did you go in that 4.5 hour flight?
On that particular flight, I went from Santa Barbara to the far end of Ojai to the Topa Bluffs, and then back to Nordhoff High School, which is where I went to high school. That was a fun thing to, after all the suffering I endured going through junior high and high school, to kind of return home after having had all these crazy adventures with the hacking and living in another state, and then get back and have a nice job and a place of my own, and to be doing hang gliding. There were times where I came in and actually landed on my high school football field, and it was a real nice. I don't know. I felt like, made me feel like a rock star,
Yeah,
coming flying out of the sky and landing on the field yeah. Anyway.
yeah, that is quite amazing. Yeah, like all these memories
Stroke to the
all
ego.
kind of, start to come back though too, and then it's a kind of a moment of triumph in a way. But what about university or college? Did you have any like consideration to? You didn't go, or what
Well,
happened
I was a
there?
high school
You
dropout, and my mom remarried when I was 11. I had a stepfather, and by the time I was 17, he was getting pretty frustrated with me because all I was doing was sitting in my room on video games, and I was playing a lot of tennis and doing cycling. So I wasn't just inside all the time. I led an active lifestyle, but I wasn't progressing or moving forward in any way that he could see. So he was, urging me to go to school. So I dropped out of high school and I went to junior college, but I didn't have the self-discipline for it, and I didn't really want to be there. So I ended up dropping those classes. And then some years later, I took some more classes at junior college. Then eventually I moved to Santa Barbara, where I continued working as a waiter and chipping away at the junior college thing until I was able to go on to university. And I transferred to the University of California at Santa Barbara. I started as a philosophy major, and then I had basically done my first 2 years of college with all the credits I got at junior college. And so I transferred to the university as a junior, but I really wanted to study abroad. I was interested in learning a foreign language, and I never was thrilled about learning Spanish, ironically, now that I live in Spain. And just didn't have the discipline to learn a language by studying books. I knew if I moved to a country where that was all they spoke, that I would learn it, and I would probably learn it pretty quickly. So at 29, I applied to the Education Abroad program at the university, and I was accepted into that program, and I had applied for my junior year. So without even setting foot on the campus, except to go to interview for the Education Abroad program, I was accepted into the program in Italy, and I went to study in Italy in 1997. And initially I went to Siena, which I had to do because I was short 1 year on my Italian. In order to study at an Italian university as a foreign student, you had to have a minimum of 2 years, and I only had 1. And so they said you could go do an intensive course, which was 7 weeks long in the summertime before the school year started. And I thought, oh, even better, then I get more than a year. And so I went there and did that intensive course, and that was where I met my partner, the mom of our 2 children, who I'm still together with. We met in 97, and so I went from Siena. I was there for that brief time, and then I went to Padova, which is it's a city that's about half an hour from Venice, about an hour and a half north of Bologna. And that was the second oldest college in the world, according to the mainstream historical narratives. And so I was there initially as a philosophy major, and then I switched my major through the year because I was so limited with the courses that I could take because of the philosophy major. I could have taken whatever I wanted, but it wouldn't have applied to my major. And what I really wanted was a classics degree, but they didn't offer that at the University of Santa Barbara. So the closest I could get to a classics degree was an Italian cultural studies major. So I switched my major to that, and that gave me the freedom to take any course basically that interested me, because I could justify any course at an Italian university taught by an Italian professor as part of my Italian cultural studies program. So it was awesome. I did a year and a half worth of studies in that year, and I got back to the University of Santa Barbara after that year with half a year's worth of credits left to do. So I spent a total of 2 quarters on the University of Santa Barbara campus and graduated with high honors. It was kind of a it was pretty funny, in and out.
Well, what interested you to want to study philosophy?
I wanted to learn how to think, not what to think. And I don't know who had, clued me in along the way that was the way to do it. That things like logic and rhetoric and ethics and these kinds of courses were valuable. And then I was also interested in, for the classics, I wanted to study history of art and history of literature. And I was always enamored of the Renaissance men, not that I consider myself to be in any way, maybe in some small way, but, people like Leonardo and Michelangelo, these people that could do it all. They were alchemists and they were occultists, and they were deep into the esoteric teachings while also being sculptors and architects and you name it. So I wanted to get a taste of a lot of different subjects in order to figure out what I wanted to do when I grew up, which I'm still trying to figure out. Not sure if I'm ever going to grow up.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that's there's some kind of a target, I suppose, to be mature or being a grown up. But is there any notable philosopher that you identified with or you were resonating with that you want to share with us?
Well, ironically, I studied the basic courses in philosophy before leaving for Italy as just classes that I kind of had to get through, instead of realizing I was so enamored of the New Age thought and the way a lot of the quantum physics and all these modern sciences appeared to be looping back around and becoming scientific confirmations of what the ancients were teaching in places like India hundreds, thousands of years ago. So that I always kind of turned my nose up a little bit at the antique philosophers of Greece, ironically, without having studied them at all. And I just thought of that as boring, because I was getting all of this quantum woo from the New Age bookstore, where they were books like The Tao of Physics and The Dancing Woolly Masters. And I read a lot of Alan Watts. I was interested in a lot of the books that had to do with psychedelia, also, like, the teachings of Castaneda and a lot of the different the classic books. And so I read loads of things that came out of people that were involved at Esalen, and I had a worldview that kind of made me uninterested in Plato, Aristotle, these great minds that so much has been based on. So I have an actual only a cursory knowledge of that kind of stuff, because I never really did go in and do the work and study it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you were already kind of influenced from youth about the new age, and p- I guess now some people would have some contentions about the new age movement. I don't know how you feel about it. Are
I
you
think a lot of it
still?
is a psyop.
Would you still? Yeah.
I think
In what way?
I think the new age was rolled out. I think we're looking at culture creation, and that a lot of what we
Hmm.
associate with the 60s and the hallmarks of the 60s era, and what what people were into and the way they thought. A lot of that we're taught is just kind of this organic development of the rebels, and the cat got let out of the bag maybe with marijuana and LSD, and people's minds started to be open. I think that definitely happened as well. But when you go back and look at the roots of that, everything from the music to the use of the drugs to the philosophy, the gurus, a lot of that I think has been tainted by intelligence agencies and think tanks, and not just tainted, but literally brought about. That's my take on things now. I went through a pretty profound awakening to those things about 9 years ago. Up until that point, I was deeply involved in my own psychedelic renaissance. I experimented a lot in my early 20s and mid 20s, and then with parenthood and traveling abroad and everything, I got away from it for a couple of decades. And then about 11, 12 years ago, I kind of, my interest in that was rekindled. I started reading a lot of books, listening to loads of podcasts, and reflecting on my own previous experiences, and then went on to have a lot of other newer experiences, experimenting with things like ayahuasca and a little bit with DMT and mushrooms and these kinds of things. So, but coming from a different perspective, as a youth, I never did it like initially, like as a party drug kind of thing, like, ooh, let's try this and see what happens. I was already reading loads of books on the subject of psychedelics before I ever took psychedelics for the first time. A lot of the music, I realized a lot of music I was listening to had been heavily influenced by the drugs. I was more interested in my mom's era of music, so I was listening to a lot of the psychedelic rock and influenced heavily by those ideas as well. And yeah, and when you start to really pull back the veil and dig into that kind of stuff, you find out things you wouldn't expect to find out.
Right. Yeah.
It's a gigantic rabbit hole.
It is, yes, obviously, and this whole, I don't know, like life in itself is a gigantic rabbit hole, but we just kind of peel back the layers, as much as we possibly can. But like, have you, like, you said that you've experimented a little bit with DMT and ayahuasca, and would you like to share a little bit of that, those experiences, and like how it might have affected you or changed your perception of reality or who you are?
Oof, it's a big one. Well, for starters, people talk about like the heroic dose, and it's like you can just take small quantities, and microdosing is all the rage nowadays, and you'll feel euphoria and maybe a greater clarity of thought or a heightened sensory experience. And then you've got the whole Terence McKenna, the heroic dose of 5 grams dried mushrooms and silent darkness kind of
Yes.
mantra that goes throughout the whole psytrance, psychedelic, all the Burning Man, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So my first experience was a milder dose of mushrooms. I had never done any drugs in my teens. I was anti-drug. My mom was, always pushing for natural highs as a lifelong meditator. And she was trying to steer me away from that. She had watched what drugs had done to my father. He struggled with substance abuse through his whole adult life. And, those substances robbed me of my father, I could say. So I didn't go into that lightly, and I didn't experiment for the first time until I was 19. And that includes alcohol. I had alcohol once. I smoked pot for the first time when I was 19. And then I was like I said, I was already reading the works of Carlos Castaneda at that point, and the electric Kool-Aid acid test and Ram Dass and lots of other books. If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him, and these books that were tying in that the psychedelic revelations, but also bringing it back to Eastern mysticism. And that was, I felt right at home with Eastern mysticism. I mean, at one point when I was about 14, my stepfather, he was a co-owner of a health food store that had a New Age bookstore and a vegetarian restaurant. And this little collective of people that called themselves the Students of Life, they actually created their own ashram, which was, they were followers of a Swami named Swami Muktananda. And so when my mother and my stepfather got together, they lived for a while in the house that my mom and I were already living in, and then we moved to this ashram for almost a year. So I grew up like waking up at dawn to the sound of them chanting with the sitar and the hand organ and singing Sanskrit chants. So even though I didn't understand what the words mean and I wasn't an active meditator myself, I was imprinted with this kind of energy. So I always identified very closely with India, even though I've never been there myself. And the Indian philosophy was well, the Indian philosophy, that's a silly thing to say, but I was reading a lot of Alan Watts's books, for example, and he was kind of packaging that information for the Western mind in a beautiful, poetic way. And then along the way, I took a big interest in things like mythology, cross-cultural mythology. I was reading the works of Joseph Campbell and, you know, the Hero with a Thousand Faces and The Power of Myth and that kind of stuff. And so it was all just kind of gelling together in this this worldview that made a lot of sense when it came to psychedelics. But I didn't realize how many of the key players in that movement had ties to intelligence agencies or darker occultic organizations. And that's, you know, that's just a fact. That's not a conspiracy theory. There's loads of evidence for that. So when I got into psychedelics, it wasn't until 9 years ago that I became aware of that. So when I first got into psychedelics, I was just taking the things I was reading at face value as truth, not realizing that there might be agendas woven into those texts. And so my second experience was a friend who had given me the first mushrooms. I asked him if I could have some more, and I wanted to take a larger dose. And so he gave me a bag, and he said to take those. Those will get you off. And I was like, and I thought he meant the whole bag. And so I was by myself, and I was going with some friends. We were going to go to Seattle to go dancing. And I had had such a euphoric experience the first time that all I could figure was that more of it was going to give me more of the euphoria. And so I thought, oh, that'll be perfect. I'll go dancing. And so I got off work and gobbling down these mushrooms in the bathroom at the deli that I worked at, and got in a truck with my friend to cross the Evergreen Floating Point Bridge in Seattle to go from Bellevue over to Seattle. And normally it takes 45 minutes to an hour before you come up on these substances, but when you take really large amounts, it can be far quicker. So within 20 minutes, I was already starting to experience reality shifts that were unlike anything that I had ever even dreamed of. We were doing 30 or 40 crossing the bridge, and it felt like I was warp 9, on the Enterprise. And I was like screaming, slow down, and my friend had never taken any psychedelics. So he was the wrong guy to do this with, because all he had to relate what I was experiencing to was alcohol and weed. And so he thought I was just being stupid. And so he was kind of messing with me in different ways that really led to me having what some might consider to be a really bad trip. And that ties into another thread that I want to bring in, which is this whole idea of bad versus good trip. Because the books that I was reading were telling me that there was no such thing as a bad trip, because ultimately they're all good, because that you're dealing with your darkness and your shadow side, and you're working through your own personal demons to basically become free of whatever's holding you back. That's the narrative anyway. And so the idea that there wasn't such a thing as a bad trip, and that the people who freaked out were basically just psychically, they were were wimps. They couldn't, they just couldn't handle it. And if you think about the 60s with what they call the electric Kool-Aid acid tests, which were basically, you got Timothy Leary with, I think, the guy who was involved in what was his name? Ken Kesey, who wrote the electric Kool-Aid acid test book. And then you had bands that were performing live at these events, that were in these big rooms where they were bringing in people, and they'd get people in there who had never taken any psychedelics in their life, and they would dose them with like 400 micrograms of LSD, which is that's like 4 hits.
That's crazy.
Of acid. And so they're in this really cacophonic environment with psychedelic music and a light show and strobe lights, which are flickering at certain rates. And they were advertising these things with posters, like you were going to a rock concert or something, and it was like, are you experienced? That's where Jimi Hendrix out. Is that the name of the album? I can't remember, but it's like, Purple Haze and all that. Are you experienced? They were referring to these electric Kool-Aid acid tests. So there were a lot of people that got really fucked up and lost their minds because they were put in, it's all about set and setting, and they were put in the wrong setting. And they didn't have the right set, which is the mindset, because they had no experience, and they weren't being guided by some kind of a shaman who could make sure that it all went hunky dory. So this ties back into what I was alluding to before with the intelligence agency influence, and you start to find out that certain groups, like the Grateful Dead, who's probably more associated with the distribution of acid than any other music band in history, because they went from city to city, and you had all the deadheads out there with their little deadhead land, and they're high as kites all the time, and those guys, they had another band before they were the Grateful Dead. They were called the Warlocks, and there was a lot of really deeply occultic stuff that they were doing, and symbology, and from the very get-go, and this is being combined. And so then when you look at someone like Timothy Leary, you're looking at somebody who's a devout and outspoken Aleister Crowley follower, admirer, and considered himself to be continuing the great works of Aleister Crowley. He was also CIA. He literally worked for the CIA. And so this is like, these are things I only just started to discover 9 years ago. And so initially I had some really profound experiences that will someday fill a book, as I experimented with these things. That when it came to entities, I've always been fascinated by the whole, entity thing. Like Terence McKenna popularized that with the whole machine elves idea, is that, with the right doses, you're gonna meet they, in the other realm. I never met entities. I sensed entities were present. And on ayahuasca, I could feel that there was a something or someone there. But I never had any personal experiences with any, the shapeshifters or the whatever these creatures are that so many other people have documented. Now you can see, paintings and there's 3D animations, and you can see exactly what other people have been seeing because they've gotten so good at visualizing it. I never had those experiences. But had I had them, and I had experienced, say, a demonic entity, I would have been convinced that was my own shadow that I had encountered because of all the things that I read.
Mm-hmm.
And now I don't feel that that's the case at all. I think that these are very real entities, whether we're talking about, the eighth sphere of Rudolf Steiner, or, just the kinds of beings that seem to inhabit the astral travel realm, where people are lucid dreaming and they're leaving their bodies and they're encountering different beings. I think that these are actual real, energetic, incorporeal, disembodied beings that we interact with. And I think a lot of the narratives surrounding those interactions are lies. that have been intentionally perpetuated so that people aren't really aware of what they're getting themselves into. And that ties into whole, the side of the dark side of shamanism. People are all, oh, let's go take ayahuasca in the rainforest and meet our true self and purge ourselves of all of these things that are bottled up inside of us. And that's all well and good if you meet the right people. But I think that the wrong people are far more widespread than people realize. And I think there's a lot of exploitation. I think there's energy harvesting, flat out vampirism. There's lots of stories of people, especially women getting physically raped, not just energetically raped. So my book will not be, it will be very different when I write a book on this subject. I will talk about the beauty and the wonder, but I will also be very clear that it's very difficult to truly know what you're getting yourself involved in. Even the shaman who have had thousands of trips could very well have been misled by higher order beings that have imparted them with knowledge or powers or gifts and their spirit animals or whatever. And so because of what they have gained from the experience, they assume that it was only positive, when in reality it might be something completely different, and they might not even be capable of understanding what's happened to them. I mean, intuition plays a huge role. You want to trust your intuition as well, but I think our intuition is also based on our beliefs. And if you go into something with a certain set of beliefs, you're going to intuitively believe things about the events that might not actually be true, but you think they're true because your intuition told you so, because you had a set of beliefs that led you to have that intuitive conclusion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I wholeheartedly agree that these demonic creatures, whatever you want to call them, these entities, they do exist. And if you or anyone gets involved with any of these type of substances, and the shamans, you better know whom you're dealing with. Otherwise, you're opening up portals. That's going to be, you're in a very vulnerable state, psychologically, emotionally, physically speaking, when you're in these deep trance, tripping type of experiences. So know what you're doing before getting involved, I would say, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. Go in with your eyes open and well informed. It's really easy to fall in. And maybe there are people who are not intentionally doing things to harm you, but they might have drawn conclusions and have beliefs about things, believe themselves to be knowledgeable and have expertise in this field, and they might not have a clue what they're really doing. It's a minefield. And so yeah, but having
Yep.
said all of that, I'll say that some of the most profound experiences that really shaped me and who I am are things that happened in my 20s that helped me to understand that there is something beyond the veil, that it's not a trick of brain chemistry, that we are definitely capable of having both sensory and mental, spiritual experiences totally beyond what we believe is possible. I think that's very real. It's just you don't know necessarily what the risks are.
Yeah, yeah. I guess there's a way to find out, but like through experience. But I think it's always good to just be a little bit cautious. Try to learn from people who have walked down that path. And then try to. I think these experiences are profound and important for individual development. But again, when you have a traumatic experience, that could last a lifetime. So,
Definitely. I've
just be
met
careful with
people
all that.
who have been permanently affected. And yeah. And I know lots of people who've known people who have just kind of destroyed their lives by substance abuse in general, but with psychedelics, I mean, it can lead to schizophrenia and psychosis, and you know, it's not to be taken lightly.
Absolutely. So, you know, let's kind of continue on with this journey a little bit and tell us about. When you went to Italy, you were studying philosophy. Did you already get married at that point, or like did that happen later on? And then you have a family, and then
Yeah,
tell us a little bit more
we
about
never
what's
got
going on in your
married.
life.
We never got married. Met 27 years ago, and our
Mm-hmm.
kids are 20 and 22 now, and they're still living with
Mm-hmm.
us at home. Um, but we met in Siena and had a couple of months that we spent a fair amount of time together, and then uh, after I finished the year in Italy, I moved back to the States to finish my college degree at UCSB, and then after that, I moved back to Italy again because I was already fluent in the language. I wanted more of Europe. I was really interested in moving to Sweden, where she was from, but she wasn't so keen on me moving there, and she wanted to get out anyway and experience some of the world. So initially, I moved to Rome. My college teacher's family had an apartment that I was able to rent there, so I had a place to land. I didn't have a work visa, but I figured I would be able to get a job at the very least teaching English. And as a college graduate, mother tongue English speaker, I figured that would happen, and I was right. I had work within a couple of weeks under the table. I didn't need a work visa. I had a place to live. So all of a sudden, I was living in Rome, and we kind of had an on again, off again relationship for the next few years. She came and visited. I went to Sweden several times. The year that I spent for school in Padova was very interesting. I had 9 Italian roommates. I was matriculated into the university. It was an Italian university. I mentioned it was the second oldest in the world. Galileo was supposedly a professor there, as was Copernicus. So our whole heliocentric model we have to thank for Padova. I think one of the first observatories was there. Very interesting place inside of a gigantic star fort. So that was a pretty wild experience, living, you know, in this amongst the most antique buildings that we know of, and then living in Rome. I worked as an English teacher for a year. After a year, I got really bored with that. I wanted to do something else, and I got the idea to apply to different tech companies. I reached out to the American Embassy, and I managed to acquire a list of American companies that were doing business in Italy, and I just sent out a resume to a bunch of them. And a short time later, I heard back from IBM, and they called me in for an interview. And it was pretty funny because at no point in my intake form or my application did they ask if I'd ever been convicted of a crime.
Yeah.
And or actually, no, they did. But the thing was, my penalty, I got 2 weeks probation, 2 weeks in jail, $2,000 fine, and 2 years probation, and or no, 200 hours of community service. I said probation twice. So for the 2 years of community service, the judge was really kind. He gave me a deferred sentence. So after the 2 years were up, my record was cleared. So I could legally answer that I hadn't been convicted of a crime at that point. So IBM didn't know about my past, and I wasn't about to tell them because I thought it would cost me the job. So I went to work for them as a junior tech writer, and did that for about a year in Rome. It was a good job. They got me a proper work visa, and I was one of the only staff writers. They had about 14 other tech writers who were all working as contractors, and they were making money hand over fist back then. They were like between $600 and $800 a day writing tech books for IBM. I couldn't believe it. And they were traveling to these different, sometimes exotic locations. So I thought, I'll do that. I just need to cut my teeth for a couple of years, and then I can do that and make a bunch of money. and travel around, see some of the world that way. Kind of like everyone's doing this remote working. That was kind of the early version of it before you could work online. So then my girlfriend got pregnant, and we started to really ponder, like, are we going to have a family? Where are we going to have a family? And decided to do it in Sweden, obviously, because her whole family was there. So I ended up leaving IBM after a year, and I had a couple of companies that were both very interested in hiring me. One of them wanted to sign a contract as soon as I arrived, and I was just going to continue in that direction, even though I already knew at that point I didn't want to do it. It was really boring work. I was never a programmer. Back in my computer days, I knew loads of software and operating systems, but I never learned how to program, and I wasn't interested in learning how to program. So, and the tech writing was really boring for me. So I was going to go back to that, but I didn't plan on continuing. And when I got to Stockholm, literally the same week I got to Stockholm, the IT bubble burst. It was 2001, and boo.com went belly up, and all of a sudden all the .coms, which had been going sky high, the stocks, like anything tech, was just selling like hotcakes, and the whole thing imploded, and that led to the recession. And about 6 months later, my daughter was born, and she was born just a short time after 9/11 happened. So you had the .com burst, then 9/11, and all of a sudden the two companies that both wanted to hire me when I moved there, they just like hiring freeze across the entire country. So all of a sudden we had a child on the way, and I was out of work, and I couldn't find any. And I kept looking for about, it was 6 solid months I was looking for work. And I was finally offered another tech writing job on the day my daughter was born. Actually, it wasn't tech writing. It was an editor for a tech writing division at a big company. And it was just like the worst thing I could imagine. It came on the same day my daughter was born. So I decided to just go back to teaching English. And I did that for a year and a half. And just soul searching, trying to figure out, what do I want to do with myself? What direction am I going to go? Now I'm going to be a dad. Gotta settle down and like be practical, and didn't relish the idea of having a family in tow either with the whole tech writing thing. So that was when I realized I wanted to go back to school and study chiropractic. I slipped on the ice one day and wrenched my neck, and I was helped by a chiropractor and felt an immediate relief. And then sometime later, I had a similar experience, and I wrenched my back that time. And I had several episodes of lumbago at that point, where my back had just kind of seized up after motorcycle accidents and a couple of hang gliding accidents. I wasn't an adrenaline junkie, but I did enjoy it, the occasional thing now and again, some acrobatics, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so that was what led me on the path to being a chiropractor. And my mom's good friend, who was also part of the same guru path that she was following, he was a chiropractor in my hometown. And when he found out that I was going to school to study chiropractic, he sent a big box of a whole bunch of tapes and CDs of this organization that was producing monthly talks on chiropractic philosophy, science, and politics. And that was the first time that I really understood that this direction that I had already chosen, I had applied to the school, I got in and was about to begin the school, that whole profession was actually the perfect thing for me, because it was combining all of this esoteric knowledge that I was interested in with the massage, with something that was both mental and physical. So I wasn't going to be locked behind a computer screen for the rest of my life. And the more I learned about the profession, at one point it brought tears to my eyes, because I realized that I'd finally found, my calling and what I wanted to do with my life. And that was a 5-year program that I entered into there in Stockholm. And it wasn't easy, because it was all in Swedish. So I had to quickly learn Swedish in order to be able to study chiropractic at the college level in Stockholm.
Wow. That so I mean, you learned Italian, and you lived in Italy, and then you went to Sweden, and you had to learn Swedish. That's quite interesting.
Yeah.
What do you remember about the September event? Do you remember where you were, like what your
Mhm.
feelings and thoughts were at that time? Did you think anything was off when it
Yeah.
happened?
Well, so when it happened, I was actually in a language school for Swedish, and I was sitting next to another guy who I had befriended, who was also from California, and he had a Swedish girlfriend, and he was studying Swedish for immigrants, just like I was, and so we got the message from the teacher that one of the planes had struck, supposedly, and that one of the towers was on fire. And I can't remember
Mm,
if I went home at that point or if I stayed a little while and the second tower got hit. I don't recall what order it happened in, but at one point I left because I realized that the U.S. was under attack. So the second plane must have hit, but the towers hadn't fallen yet; they were burning at that point. And so I went home and saw them, collapse live on television. But I knew already from day one that that was a setup, and the reason I knew that was because I had finished reading about 3 to 6 months earlier a book by David Icke called The Greatest Secret Ever, or The Greatest Secret Ever Told. I can't remember the exact title, but it was this 550-page big book that was basically
yeah, Biggest
laying
Secret or
out the
something like this.
history
Yeah.
of all the main conspiracies and how they interlocked and all these different secret societies. And a lot of it was review for me because in my mid 20s, or I think I might have been 23, there was a book called Behold a Pale Horse that came out. And my father sent me that. And I read that and another book called The Emperor Wears No Clothes, which was basically laying out the whole conspiracy related to the prohibition of marijuana and all the dirty tricks that happened surrounding that with DuPont and the Hearst family and the the implications of that. So that was one of the two books, and then the other was Behold a Pale Horse, which um, William Cooper, who wrote the book,
Yeah.
he basically had he was a Christian. He was coming at it from a theologically from a Christian perspective, who believed that the powers that be were working to bring about the book of Revelation, and they were using the Bible as a guidebook. And he basically delineated all the different secret societies and how they intertwined, and the Majestic 12 and the Council on Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, all these different organizations that interlocked and basically were comprised of the elite that were running society, everything from the corporation owners to the politicians to the media. And there were a couple of other chapters in there. There was one called Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, which really hit home about how they go about slowly bringing about their agendas and how they engage in mind control. And that was where I was first introduced to MK Ultra as well. But I left all that stuff behind in my 20s because it was starting to make me paranoid and make me want to run for the hills and collect guns, and that wasn't my personality type. And so I decided I was just going to focus on doing what I could to help make the world a better place wherever I was, and go where it was beautiful and the energy was good. And so I had already kind of picked up that stick and then set it back down, and years went by. But I had just read this book by David Icke, when 9/11 happened, and it became pretty obvious to me what was going on. And so that kind of rekindled my dive into the whole conspiracy world. But parenthood and chiropractic college kept me busy, so I didn't really spend that much time on it. I would download the occasional documentary. This is back when the file sharing networks like Napster and Kazaa and stuff were just getting going, so you could find stuff. And I looked at different things. I was really interested in the crop circle phenomenon at one point and read books on that. And yeah, and then but school started to take over for me, and I had a really interesting perspective from the beginning in chiropractic college because of all these tapes and CDs that I'd been given by this friend. And then I got into chiropractic school, and basically from like the first week in a chiropractic history class, it was being taught by this person that knew next to nothing about the chiropractic history and philosophy, and was speaking about it apologetically, like, this was a superstitious time period at the beginning of the profession, that they weren't using the scientific method. It was all spiritualists and superstition. And now we're so much better because now we're using the scientific method, and we've left all this superstition behind. Well, I was aware that even though some of what this teacher was saying might be true, that there was a lot that was being missed, which was the deeper esoteric side of vitalism as a whole, and terrain theory, and all of these sorts of subjects that are now being battered around every day on the internet. That was something that was already very much a part of my psyche from even before I entered chiropractic college. So I kind of went in as a rebel and and on a mission to make sure that they didn't abandon, throw out the baby with the bathwater and get rid of some of the absolute best principles that chiropractic was founded on, which is what they wanted to do. So they were what I call a metapractic college. They had completely abandoned the faith and the origin of the profession in favor of this mechanistic, reductionistic worldview that was, in my opinion, very destructive. So right from the get-go, I was a thorn in the side of the teachers. Even though I wasn't very good at debating, I asked a lot of hard questions because of my language handicap. And then I got involved in student politics, and that was because the school was vying for accreditation, which was extremely important to me, because the whole reason I went into chiropractic was I wanted something that was portable. It was in my hands and it was in my mind, and I could take it with me, and I could help people wherever I went. That was what appealed to me about the profession. And I didn't want to get bogged down by a bunch of bureaucracy and licensing bureaus and board exams and that sort of thing. And because my school they were fully accredited in Sweden, they had they had a licensure that applied in all of Scandinavia, and in Sweden, I'm on the same level as a medical doctor. Like we have very similar courses through the first years, and dentists, medical doctors, lawyers, they're all professionals at a certain level in the Swedish system, and that is Scandinavia wide. So I'm literally a doctor in that system, but I can't even sit board exams in the United States because my school did not complete the accreditation process. So I knew early on that could happen. I knew I wouldn't find out the end result until like my fourth year of chiropractic college. So you don't want to go into a bunch of debt but it looked like they were going to get it because they seemed to be doing everything correctly, but I wanted to ensure that they were going to get it. So that got me involved in student politics, which led to a lot of travel because I started to be a delegate at the World Congress of Chiropractic Students, representing the student body abroad, trying to kind of get like a grassroots movement of the student bodies from the different colleges to assist in some way in that accreditation process. And so that led to a new chapter of my life. I ended up being the student body president in my fourth year of chiropractic college, which is kind of bizarre, given that it was in a foreign country in a foreign language. But that was, primarily due to my activism. And then ironically, I don't know if this is even interesting to all of your listeners. So we're going deep into my private life here. And I suppose you had me on because of the research that I've done, but how long do we have?
Well, I mean, we have time, but I don't mind you going into it, but I think it could be interesting because I'd like to get to know you. And who you are, and of course I am interested in your research, but But go
Yeah,
ahead and continue.
this does dovetail, so it's not a waste of time. It's just a bit wordy, but so I, in my fourth year of college, I was approached by one of the other students in school who admired what I was doing with, for the student body and the World Congress of Chiropractic Students, and as the president. And he had created this program in his spare time for practice management software for chiropractic clinics. And he knew I had a background in tech because I had worked for IBM. And he might have even known about my past with the hacking. I'm not sure, but he definitely wanted to pull me aside and show me what he had done. And my first thought was, oh, how good could it be? Because there were entire companies with many on their staff that were programming these complex systems that were already in use in different parts of the world by chiropractors and physiotherapists and other manual therapists. And so my first thought was, how good could it be? And then he sat me down, and in about a half an hour, my jaw had hit the floor. He'd already created this framework of something that was absolutely magnificent. And he started to talk about what he planned to add later. So basically, imagine your SOAP notes, which is the records the doctor is going to take with the patient. And each time you meet the patient, you're taking more records. So those are kept digitally. Then you have all the tests that you're performing and what the results of those tests are. But that is typically completely separate from the notes, and the doctor's either handwriting it or typing it, and it's a very time-consuming thing. So he was creating automated ways of doing that with different kinds of standards, so that whatever you were doing on a repetitive basis, you could automate. And then he included the financial side of things with all the invoices that have to be done and receipts, and he had the front desk stuff. But the thing that excited me most was that he had already begun to integrate different objective measurement criteria into the software for the purposes of research and also for convenience for the doctors. Like, there were people that were selling weight scales for $3,000 that the doctors would use to determine whether a patient had sway and what their weight distribution was, what their center of gravity was, how good or bad is their balance. And they would pay large amounts of money for this system that had its own software that was standalone. And he had the idea of having one full integrated package that was designed in a way where you could also bring out anonymously all the data from all the different patient visits from any of the clinics that decided to be linked into the system centrally. And you could pull that information out for research purposes. And that was what really interested me, because I applied for a PhD at Karolinska Institute, which is the top medical college in Sweden. And I wanted to continue chiropractic studies at the PhD level at the school. And a lot of our professors were coming straight from that college. So I got really close. If there had been another few spots available, I would have gone in a completely different direction with my life. I'm very thankful that I didn't, knowing what I know now about the mainstream medical system. And I was already a skeptic at that point, because my daughter was injured by a vaccine, and I started to look deeply into that subject 20 years ago, and was already a skeptic at that point. So I wasn't keen on going into the mainstream medical model, but I was already immune to the brainwashing because of the mindset that I had coming from chiropractic, but also what I knew about the origins of chiropractic. So I looked into doing that. It didn't happen, thankfully. But along the way, this guy asked if I wanted to partner with him and start a company. So we started a company together called Clinic Buddy. And within a year and a half, we built it up to the top selling software in all of Scandinavia, not just Scandinavia. And we had hundreds of clinics that were using our software across Norway and Sweden and Denmark, and even into like Holland. And so next thing I knew, still a student, not graduated, I'm doing trade shows. I'm going to different national and national events, that like the yearly meetings for the chiropractic associations of the different countries. So from my student activism, all of a sudden now I'm a vendor, but it also gave me a chance to be active politically again and try to connect with people. So in those couple years, I ended up meeting with 4 different guys who had been president of the World Federation of Chiropractic and professors. And I got to start to meet a lot of the people who were my heroes chiropractically, who I'd been listening to in interviews and whose works I had read because they were speakers at these events. So already as a student, I had this incredibly deep, profound dive into the chiropractic profession, which is also just like the rest of the world and medical and basically any of the different ologies that you dig into, you find that they're fractured. There's this fragmentalization and this opposition of ideologies, and chiropractic is no different. You have these, ironically, a lot of the mechanistic, reductionistic, chiropractic-minded people gravitate towards positions of authority, and they start trying to legislate their worldviews on the entire profession because they're trying to protect the patients from pseudoscience. But what they're calling pseudoscience is often the best of what the profession has to offer. So I had the most interesting upbringing chiropractically, and my original thought was to go to practice in Italy because that's where I had been. I was already fluent in the language. My partner and I both wanted to move to a warmer climate, and that before our kids were born, that had always been or after our daughter was born and then our son, that was the plan. Is once I graduated, we would move abroad and I would go to work for some other chiropractor, and we didn't know exactly where, but Italy was the first choice. And then it turned out that my school pulled out of the accreditation, and I wasn't able to work in Italy because the legislation that was on the verge of being passed was going to exclude non-internationally accredited colleges. So it was just like one thing after another. And then I ended up leaving this company that I was a part owner and had built up because I was just completely stressing out. All of a sudden, I'm back in the tech world. I'm wearing all of these different hats in this company. I'm on support. I'm teaching courses. I'm on installation. I'm on tech support. It was, and with 2 small children, that was the one time in my life where I almost went through a full nervous breakdown. And so I ended up just giving up my share in the company, which I loved and had built to an amazing place in just 2 years' time, and moved to southern Sweden, where I started to work for another chiropractor and was basically like fully booked within the first weeks. And that was what I wanted. I wanted to right away start to get my hands on a lot of people, and he had a thriving clinic. So I lived there for a year and a half, but it was so dark and depressing and the weather was so awful that I knew I wanted to move further south, and I didn't want to work for him, and I didn't want to try and work to have a small percentage in his company. And that's when I started looking south, and Italy was on the verge of passing this legislation that could have excluded me, and Spain was still completely unlegislated, still is to this day. So I'm kind of like on the wild frontier chiropractically. There are a couple of chiropractic colleges doing business here in Spain now that are producing students and they're accredited, but the profession itself isn't regulated. So anyone can call themselves a chiropractor here, and even a massage therapist can use the term if they want to. So that's kind of how I ended up in Spain 11 years ago, and that was my chiropractic journey. And then I initially settled in this spot because there were a couple of chiropractors who owned 2 clinics, a husband and a wife. And the wife was about to go on maternity leave with her 3rd child. And so she needed somebody who could completely take over her clinic. She had a Spanish assistant who was able to help me with all the patients and with communication, because I didn't yet know Spanish. I was frantically trying to teach myself Spanish. And then I went to work for the husband in his clinic as well. So for 4 years, I worked in those 2 clinics, and then I slowly started to build up a practice of my own. And after 4 years, I left their clinics, and I've been on my own in Spain for nearly 8 years now as a chiropractor. Uh-oh. You're either muted or I lost you. Still can't hear you. Good thing I was doing all the talking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Yeah, I don't know why I was trying to talk earlier. I apologize. I had to reload, but I wonder if we can just take a little break at the moment, and then come back. And what an amazing story that you're sharing with us so far. And we'll come back to Spain, and then let's get back into your research a little bit after we come back, and we'll just take a
Sure.
little break.
How long?
Maybe 5 minutes, 6
Okay.
minutes.
Perfect. I'll be back in 5.
Okay. All right, everybody. We are back, and I do apologize for some technical difficulties. I had to put on my headphones on my computer, and for some reason that took my audio out. But the storm is subsiding at the moment, so I think everything should be running all right so far as I can see. And we're listening to Mike's testimony here about his life. I am always very much fascinated, not only of the research that people are doing, but of the lives that they have lived. And to me, I think that's even more interesting, actually, because I like to know why people are the way they are and what kind of experiences that they've had. And from Stellium7's story here. He has traveled all over the world. Well, mostly Europe, I guess, Italy, and then Sweden, and then now we are back in Spain. Are you back with us, Mike? Okay, we'll give him a little bit more time to get back with us. But yeah, I
Yeah,
want
I'm
to
here.
ask Mike about. Okay. I want to ask you more about Sweden because, like, I have a Swedish friend who's actually in India at the moment. We met yesterday. We had lunch and we hung out a little bit. And culturally speaking, Sweden, I think is an interesting country. A couple things that happened there that I should maybe try to share with people in terms of what I'm getting at is that you have Switzerland, you have Sweden. Sweden was one of the countries they really didn't have a lockdown during the whole pandemic period. And I was trying to speculate as to why that was happening over there. They're pretty well advanced technologically speaking, I would say. And then so far as I know, they're like the second best English speakers in Europe, maybe one of the best. Like is like the Dutch and Swedish. They speak English almost fluently over there. And that but yeah, like kind of an interesting country. Can you tell us a little bit more about Sweden before we go back to Spain?
Oh yeah. Well, the Sweden that I know and love is rapidly changing. It's under major pressure right now. The ways in which the country's changed just since I moved there in 2001 are dramatic. When I got there, it was really exotic to me. I mean, it's still the Western world. A lot of the American fast food is over there in the stores, and it's like I imagine just a lot of places that you go to in the West, except for the very old architecture and the beauty and the difference of the language, but it's still very much the West. And the what I found when I initially got there was that people were very respectful. They were calm. They were reserved. Kind of very mental, not so emotional. Like if you compare it to like the Latin cultures, I've lived in Spain and Italy both. The Swedes are very cerebral as opposed to being more passionate and fiery like the southern countries are here. Um,
Mhm.
They're very much nature lovers and often are not religious people, even though the church has a big place in Swedish culture, and there are lots of churches, and people pay tax to the church. You can opt out of it, but it's very much I think, what is it, a Protestant country? Following the Luther. What do they call that? Not restoration, reformation. That. So
Mhm.
there's a high degree of atheists and people who are not so religious. If you were to call them spiritual, it has to do more with their connection to nature, and they like to spend a lot of time in the forests and picking mushrooms and berries and that sort of thing. And when I got there, it was a very safe place to be. People would leave their bikes unlocked in the city and come back, and the bike was still there, and their home, you didn't lock the front door, and kids were playing all over. And so during, the Syrian war, Sweden took in a huge number of immigrants, and they had already been taking in a really large number of immigrants. And they were coming from war-torn countries. And during the Syrian war, they took in a lot of people who were probably not even close to being properly vetted. The idea was that they were bringing in families and mothers and children, and in reality, there were a whole lot of 25 to 40-year-old males that were coming from these war-torn places. So who were you getting? It's hard to know. um,
Right.
and what's happened since is that the crime rate has skyrocketed. It's known as the rape capital of Europe now, as I understand it. And there's bombings on an almost daily basis in different parts of the country. There are entire zones where the police won't even drive in. So it's been um, it's been heavily affected by these changes. And I think a lot of that, personally, I mean, I'm the conspiracy theorist always, but I think that a lot of that has been brought about intentionally. It's like a controlled
Right.
demolition, and there's a definite, concerted effort to water down the homogeneity, and
Mhm.
you know
Mhm.
there's not a lot of mixing of the two sides, because the 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 Arabs tend to they oftentimes won't learn, they don't learn the language. Opportunities are provided, but they keep to themselves in their smaller communities, and they they're they're essentially rewarded for not participating in the system, because they get so much assistance from the government, and then with each child they get additional assistance. So it's really, the last years have been weird, because you get the situation where, like, pensioners who've paid some of the highest taxes in the world throughout their whole life are getting to a point where, because the property taxes have gone up on their homes, because the value has gone
Mhm.
up, they called it heat or eat, where they had to basically choose between am I going to use 2 years ago the electric bills went sky high, it was nuts, and people were literally forced to choose, whether they were going to heat their homes or eat. And when you're they took in 10 times more immigrants per capita than the number 2 nation per capita, right? So that's a
Wow.
massive number, and the shock waves have been felt through all of society. Sweden is known, as having one of the best educational systems in the world for a long time, and like you said, their command of foreign languages is very high. I think one of the reasons they're better than the southern country is because they don't dub. They'll use subtitles, so the kids they'll learn the language by reading it and hearing it both. Whereas,
Mhm. Mhm.
Germany, France, Spain, Italy, they dub all of their stuff that's coming from abroad. And as we know, Hollywood and the media and Netflix and all, the majority of what people are consuming is English music and English, based cinema and television. And so that's all just, spoon fed to them in their own tongue. So they don't acquire languages. I'm a perfect example of what's possible. I didn't learn a second language until I was 30, and now I'm fluent in 4. Not true fluency. They can hear immediately as I speak that I'm a foreigner, but I can speak and be understood and communicate, well in all 4 of the languages. But that's only because I've lived in the countries. I've been immersed. I had an Italian girlfriend at one point, and I've had a Swedish girlfriend at one point, and I've, Spanish was easy for me to pick up because I already spoke 2 other languages. But yeah, the Swedes are great with language. All stuff, winter sports, they kick butt in bandy and skiing and, what more? They're also very, very much innovators, especially when it comes to tech. Ericsson with the first cell phone, or supposedly, if you can believe the historical narratives, but the file change software, Spotify, Minecraft, what else? Lots and lots of stuff has come out of Sweden. So they're a powerhouse. There's a deep esoteric and occult side to Sweden as well when it comes to like the works of people like Strindberg, and I can't remember the other guy's name, but the banking families are incredibly powerful. I think Sweden is one of the silent kind of hidden, more important seats of power in the world. You got places obviously like Switzerland and the Vatican, but Sweden plays a much bigger role in the machinations of what's going on in our realm than most people realize, not just because of their innovation, but other reasons.
Yeah, and it's very sad what's happening over there, and it's very sad to see the manipulation that's happening to bring these people. I mean, it's one thing for sure to want to integrate and want to move. We are all, in a way, kind of foreigners, but like when it's done to have a specific outcome, to bring chaos, to bring kind of like I don't know, like some kind of a change that is manipulated, manufactured. That's always not a good thing. But that's kind of the way of the world, and that's the way of the world that's been happening for who knows how long. Hundreds of years, thousands of years. So, but people just don't seem to wake up to it.
Yeah, definitely.
So you're in Spain now, and you've been in Spain for 11 years, you said?
Yeah, going on 12 soon. Yeah, I came in 2011.
Okay.
Or no, 2000. Wow. Going on 13.
13 years.
Been here 12 years. Yeah. Yep. Didn't do the easy math.
Well, yeah, time goes quickly. Time can add up, and how has your experience been so far in your past 12 years in Spain?
I love this country for many reasons. There are a lot of things I don't really care for. I completely ignore the politics, which is probably not the best. It's good to be informed. But what I do see and the way things were managed through the whole pandemic, I have zero respect for the people running the show and the decisions that were made. It's not the best country for a vegetarian. This is the land of ham, they think ham is a vegetable here. But from a country perspective, it's absolutely gorgeous. It's like a little mini continent. There's so many different climates here and different types of geology and coastline and mountains, and it's really got it all. I came 12 years ago, as I said, started with chiropractic. I've really kind of kept to this region that I'm in, raising kids, and a lot of our vacation time, as you can imagine, is spent in going to Sweden to see the family up there. So I've been here 12 years, and unfortunately, I've seen a really small amount of this country, and especially over the last years with my interests in geology, I would really love to, see more of this country, because there's so many regions that look really fascinating. In fact, I was just talking with a couple of friends today, and we were talking about planning a road trip sometime end of July or August to see some of these other sites that I'm aware of, but I've not visited. Somebody just wrote Ibiza 6, so I'm right off the coast from Ibiza. It's 90 kilometers away from me. I'm on the point that sticks out furthest into the Mediterranean, closest to Ibiza. In fact, the thumbnail there for me in this chat, that's a mountain that's here in the town that I live in Spain, called Montgo. And that mountain comprises a part of that point that sticks out into the Mediterranean that's so close to Ibiza.
Let's talk about that mountain, because I think that's one of the first videos that you actually made was based on this mountain, or is it not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the very first video. Mm.
Yeah, I remember
And
that
then
video
the
actually.
next four, well, I've done about 7 videos on that.
Okay, one of those
Uh,
videos I remember for sure. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, let's see. So how I'm always trying to tell these things in different directions, so the people who've already heard the stories are interested. But I mentioned 9 years ago I was waking up to a lot of what I consider to be dirty tricks and skullduggery inside the world of psychedelia and the New Age movement, and how that was kind of morphing into a modern version, which I think the cutting edge is like a grand Wickerman style ritual at Burning Man, where you've got this nexus of all of these different threads that we were talking about in the first half of this talk. They all kind of point there, and to those kinds of events, the trance dance festivals and that sort of thing is like the new modern religion, which is really just the old pagan religion that unfortunately oftentimes seems to be associated with human sacrifice in different ways. So that was a big, dark, shocking rabbit hole to go down, because it pulled out the rug from underneath me when it came to a lot of the cornerstones of what was really my reality and my belief structure about the nature of things. I started to have to step back and question what I thought I knew as fact. And the more I did that, the more the tapestry began to unravel. And so that was right around the time that I met Alex Michael, who many may know as Conspiracy Music Guru. His wife originally came in as a patient into my office, and then I met him, and he started as a patient. And I was involved in producing artwork at the time, and had done a big gallery exhibition. And he and his wife had gone to it, and he really liked the artwork, which surprised him, because he often, like, he's such an amazing musician. And visually and graphically, he's also very talented. Anyone who's seen his music videos knows that. And he's just a one-man show that can do it all. And so he was really complimenting me on the artwork. He's like, I normally don't like artwork, but I really like yours. And he was interested in buying some. So we kind of hit it off and started to develop a friendship. And we started going through the conspiracy list, like, oh, have you looked into that one? And yeah, checking that off. And have you looked into that one? And one by one, we were on board and knew about the same kinds of things, which was, it's not very often you come across people like that. So there was an immediate kinship. And then at the end of one of our sessions, he asked me if I had looked into the whole flat Earth thing. And when he mentioned that, I just immediately was like, oh no, how could he go there? Like, oh, it was kind of depressing to me, because I was like, this guy is so bright and seemed to know so much, but if he's willing to buy that one, then he lacks all credibility, because that means he's willing to just buy anything that comes his way, no matter how absurd. So just because he knew about these other things that I knew to be fact, didn't mean that, he could be right about something like that. I was a big space junkie into Star Trek and Star Wars, and so I had a very space-based cosmology. And when he started to talk about this, I'm just like, oh, this is so ridiculous, and I just ignored it. And it took him, he had to bring it up another time, like 3 weeks later. I came for another appointment. And on the second time he brought it up, I'm like, oh, he wasn't joking. He went there again. Now I've got to like take the time to go and debunk this, because this is just ridiculous. And I figured, how long is that going to take? Maybe 5 minutes, 10 at the most. I'll just go find some satellite pictures of the Earth and a live stream from the ISS, and game over. So I started sending him a bunch of photos, and he's like, fake. And I'm like, you can't just say everything's fake. And he's like, he sends me quotes from Richard Simmons, the guy who made the blue marble, and he's like, he literally had a very, very plausible rebuttal for every single thing that I sent his way. And I'm like, this is just ridiculous. And so then the ISS, he's like, fisheye lens, or it's just CGI completely. But if it's real and you can tell it's real, look for the bending. And he's like, think of a GoPro. And I'm like, okay. And then at one point, this came later, but you had the Felix Baumgartner jump from 125,000 feet, where it is so obviously, fisheye, like Red Bull, who were the sponsors. And then the camera inside was a rectal, or was a non-fisheye lens, and it was showing a flat horizon. And I'm just like, and then I started to dig into it more and more. I was looking. This was early days. This is like Mark Sargent.
What year was it?
Skiba.
Like 20, it must have been 2015-ish, 2016, around there.
It's got to be. I think probably end of 2015. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is before the algorithms kicked in. So when you started looking at this stuff, it sent you other videos that were actually good videos, that were real, sincere people who were doing scientific experiments. And, I have 2 college degrees, and one of my degrees is a scientific degree, medicine. We have to study statistics. We have to learn how the scientific method works in order to do my master's degree in chiropractic, which I picked like the worst, most complicated subject that I could possibly pick. We didn't do an experimental study. We did a literature study. And the subject matter was spinal manipulation technique and its effects on visceral disease. And viscera is organs. So we're looking at, are there studies that are showing any kind of correlations between, adjustments and positive health impacts on people that have different kinds of diseases that aren't musculoskeletal related. And so, that study, which is a 40-page study, it's got 5 pages of references, and every one of those references, except for just a few, are all from peer-reviewed research articles. I had full access to Karolinska's library when I was doing it, so I could pull up the articles for free. I didn't have to pay for the articles. So, we scoured hundreds and hundreds of articles to pick out the ones that we used for that paper. So I was familiar with all that stuff. And when I started to come across, there was, who was it? Marty Leeds had a great one called, the litmus test. There were a bunch of great videos that were coming out that later were all hidden or just flat out taken down, or the channels were down during the big purge. What year was that? 2018 or 19? So I was in well before that, watched channels grow, watched the information spread, saw every aspect of the globe model just be dismantled. And I still didn't know what shape it was ultimately, but I knew that it wasn't what they were telling us. I knew that NASA were frauds. I'd already suspected that they'd faked the moon landings because of William Cooper's work back in my 20s. So I knew that there was BS in the space programs, but it never occurred to me that they'd faked it all and everything since that time. It never crossed my mind because I was so into the sci-fi space. We got to get off this rock before an asteroid takes us all out. We need to colonize space. It's so important. Like, It's okay to have those big budgets, because we need to have that lifeline for humanity, because otherwise, climate change or something could wipe us all out. And I didn't realize that all of that was bullshit, even the climate related stuff. So anyway, it was that all of that came on the heels of all of this other deep diving that I had been doing, that had been causing me to question just about every aspect of my reality. So I was ripe for a schizophrenic break. I suppose that's probably what happened, because I'm definitely not living in a normal reality, that's for sure. But yeah, so then I started to experiment myself. We were talking about Ibiza,
Yeah.
and I had observations off the coast of Ibiza from 90 kilometers at 134 meters viewing altitude. One of my absolute favorite subjects in high school was geometry. I studied drafting in high school. That was one of my favorite subjects, like where you're doing architectural plans, but at a lower level. I envisioned myself as someday being an architect. And I hated algebra, but I intuitively just loved geometry, because I just grasped it instantly when it came to how it worked with circles and squares and bisecting lines and all these different, and even there in high school, I was learning about theorems and how to go about creating proofs based on your theorems, which ties back into the scientific method. And what I found is that instead of people applauding the flat earthers for applying the scientific method, even though they were maybe wrong about some things, what was happening is they were strawmanning the shit out of the subject. And they were appeals to ridicule. They were mocking, appeals to authority. Oh, all of these experts couldn't be wrong. They didn't even realize all the logical fallacies they were using, or they did, and they were using them intentionally. But everything was being done to divert people's attention away from the subject, rather than looking at it going, wow, this is so interesting. What a great way to teach children. Like, we can have one side take the flat and one side take the globe, and we're going to have them debate, and we're going to see who can win the debate. Like, why wasn't that being done in school? We're taught boats go over the horizon. We're taught, the Aristophanes with his sticks and shadows. And you don't realize that, the sticks and shadows is no proof whatsoever, because it works on a flat plane with a smaller, more local sun.
Yep.
And boats don't go over the horizon. They can be brought back from beyond the horizon with our modern cameras, because they're not going over the horizon. They're disappearing into, what is an ever increasingly small angular resolution, to the point where they disappear. But with our powerful modern optics, you can bring them back. So I started to see that there was all of these dirty tricks that were being played by the opposite side. And that just gave more and more credence to the arguments that the flat earthers were coming up with. And we see this today now with, people like Austin Whitsitt, who are taking on PhD level scientists in physics, and he's defeating them, and a lot of times they don't even realize they've been defeated, because they're literally, living these different logical fallacies, because they're experts in their field, and they couldn't possibly be wrong about something so fundamental. And that, right, I call it paradigm blindness. It's a term I coined back when I was looking into geology and rocks. Why don't we see these things if they're true? It's because we're conditioned to believe that they're absurd, or to believe that there's no possibility that could be the case. And so then people don't realize that the peer review scientific, the annals of the halls of power, intellectual power, that this is all peer review. That's an appeal to authority, peer review, and that you've got these different societies which are ultimately gatekeepers for different scientific narratives. And you could do show after show on just that one single subject. But yeah, I'm on a rant, but so for me, it was a wonderful, thing to do, like getting back into the child mind of like, well, is this true? Is that true? Is this true? And like, looking under that rock and pulling back that curtain, and, and I think we should all be like that. We should all be like Toto and pull back the curtain and reveal the little, punk there manipulating the levers, trying to create the illusion of an emperor, you know, and that's, to me, that's the matrix that we live in. So paradigm blindness is a very real thing. You know, you get the cognitive dissonance of the people that get totally triggered when you try and take their ball away, even though you don't, they have no idea that you're going to replace it with something far, far better. And I'm not talking about a disk floating in space. That's mixing models. I'm talking about, you know, whatever it really is, that most of the top
Right.
flat earthers are not asserting an ultimate shape. They're just saying, hey, we don't know exactly what it is because we can't get outside of the construct. But, you know, more and more as people start to look into the toroidal model and even concave earth and these different theories, there's a lot to, you know, to all of them, I think. And eventually there'll be some kind of a cohesive, you know, theory of everything. I think, you know, as we dig into the works of Walter Russell and Victor Schauberger and Tesla, and we start to see how this knowledge seemed to have been applied in this ancient, you know, realm that existed everywhere, that a lot of people like to call Tartary. You know, it's a bone of contention, that word, but the traces of that civilization are everywhere. Pyramids on every continent, star forts on every continent, you know, the Greco-Roman quote unquote architecture with its antiquitech, you know, it's all over the realm. So even if Tartary itself wasn't the name of the whole thing, that exists, and there's no doubt that it, you know, our history is different from what we've been taught. And if you don't believe that, look into Scaliger, Joseph Scaliger, and Scaligerian chronology, which is basically our entire historical narrative is built on the works of one guy who was a total charlatan, who was called out by his contemporaries for all the different, you know, stuff that he lied about. So, you know, it's just,
Yep.
I don't know. What
Well,
direction do you want to go
he was
next?
a Jesuit. Scaligerian and Petavius were the main, you know, and the Petavius continued on with the Scaligerian work. A lot of
Yeah.
this stuff is already researched by Fomenko, Anatoly Fomenko, which I've talked
Yeah.
about here before.
And Fomenko, you know, you're talking about hundreds of books there, and it's not exactly easy reading. So one person who there's a guy named Jan Irvin who's got a channel called Logos Media. It used to be Gnostic Media, and he did a series with another guy. I think it might have been Jacob Duelman on. It was like a 5-part series on Joseph Scaliger, and they just shredded him going back to the primaries and showed that our basically our entire historical narrative is false, and you can prove that without even going into the works of Anatoly Fomenko.
Yeah, amazing stuff. So let's kind of get back to this mountain a little bit because I wanted to
Yeah,
ask
that was
before
the
we
biggest
do.
side. I just wanted to, yeah, go ahead.
No, but how long did it take you? Because, like, you know, obviously you were a little bit annoyed at the beginning about the whole flat Earth cosmology, geocentric cosmology. So, how long did it take you from, you know, the second time around when conspiracy music guru brought it up, and then you were trying to disprove him? So,
Yeah,
you're on this journey. How long did it take you before you got on board with it?
I can't remember exactly, but I know within maybe a month or so, I was already suspecting he might be right. And then I made some observations from Ibiza, or looking at Ibiza, and this wasn't with powerful optics. This was on a clear winter's day where there was very little atmospheric occlusion or quote unquote refraction, and so I knew the peak altitudes of Ibiza because they're on Wikipedia, and the two highest peaks have a valley between them, and I knew the height of the valley, and so getting back to geometry, when I started to look at the Earth curve calculators, you know, you could calculate curvature using spherical geometry. There's like I saw a mathematician break down like 4 different ways of calculating the Earth's curvature if we are indeed on a sphere that's 24,901 miles in circumference. Like, how do you calculate how much drop there is per mile? So I started looking into those, and what, you know, basically the simplest of the equations is distance squared times 8 inches, and then you divide
Yep.
that number by 12 to get your feet, and that is your drop over distance. Now, obviously, your altitude plays a role in the observation as well, but at sea level, looking at a ball that's mostly water, we should be able to calculate if that water isn't moving and agitated on a calm day, it lays flat. We should be able to easily observe a drop off and a curvature. And they're saying that's what we're doing with the boats going over the horizon, but you can prove that's false with optics. So the 8 inches, or the distance squared times 8 inches, in other words, 3 miles would be 3 times 3 is 9, times 8 inches is 72 inches. And then you divide by 12 to get your feet. So when I realized that 10 miles was 67 feet, I'm like, holy shit, I've seen things from a lot further than 10 miles away. And then I started looking at the numbers with Ibiza, and I realized that even with the most conservative Earth curve calculators, I went on to Metabunk, and I had a whole thread there talking about Ibiza, and they just fed me the normal BS narrative and then started defaulting to refraction. But you can see me breaking down the math in that thread. I think that if you search on Metabunk, it's like, does Ibiza prove the Earth is flat? And then they changed the title to, no, it proves it's a ball. They added that at the end of the title because they made all these claims about refraction. But I could see in a photograph taken with my phone, I could see 200 meters of Ibiza that should have been obscured behind the curve of the water. And 200 meters is a lot. And that I took the photograph with my camera, but I was at 134 meters viewing altitude. About 6 months ago, I was with Alex and some other friends, and I finally hit the right day where from 95 kilometers away at sea level, I was able to see a lot of the island. And at that distance, the entire island should, the peak, the highest peak on the island should be 100 feet behind the curve at that distance. And that's with my Samsung phone. I didn't have any kind of and it's an older Samsung, it's a Samsung 10. So I didn't have any, it's all there. And I wish I had Jay Tolan set up with the infrared and that amazing lens, because I'll bet I could have seen boats in the harbor on that day. And that's a globe killer. And so anyway, it took me probably 3 months before I proved it to myself. It took a good 6 months before I was willing to talk to anybody about it, because I was in deep research mode, because, I realized, holy shit, if they can pull off something this big, that means all the spacefaring countries have to be in on it, or at least be duped. How could they not know if they're doing it? They have to know. But wait, these countries are at odds with each other, and there's supposedly a Cold War. And if they knew the truth, then they could blackmail the US and snitch. And maybe that's also happening. Maybe that's why the space budget is so big and keeps going up. But the point was that, you dig into the ISS and the footage on the ISS, and they're hanging from wires. And this is the kind of stuff that I learned from Alex. And so 6 months later, I was totally on board. Alex and I start talking about how do you get this information out there? And he was talking about how he wanted to do it with music. He hadn't yet created his conspiracy music guru moniker or the Flat Earth Man. We did a couple songs together, which he regrets. People who hear him love him, but he doesn't like them because it's like he's evolved so much since then, and he wouldn't have ever done it. And my voice is so weak compared to his, so as he makes me aware of regularly. But he's determined to make sure people who don't have incredible voices don't sing.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah. Well, so
at least don't consider themselves singers. So anyway, he did that first song called The Flat Earth Man, and that whole thing took off, and his stuff was well loved, and I knew it would be from the very first song. And he started to win Best Video Awards, and we went, he and Shelley, his wife, and I went to Denver in 2018, I think it was, to the Flat Earth Conference. And that was amazing, because I'd already been listening to, a lot of the people who were speakers at that conference, Jaron and Marty Leeds and Iru Landucci, and Rob Skiba was there, and Mark Sargent, who bowed out. He left when he found out that Jake, or what's his name? Logan Paul was the mystery guest that had been invited. But, Bob Nodell was there and David Weiss, and I got to meet all these people who I already admired fully, and I'd been listening to Glowbusters for a long time at that point. And anyone who's on the fence about flat Earth should go back and listen to 20 or 30 hours of Glowbusters. And if you put in the time and do the work, you'll know at that point.
Yeah.
It's a great source of information, the Glowbusters live streams, or Dave's app. Get David Weiss's Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. Hey, did I say it correctly?
I think that's correct.
On Earth. Get that from the App Store, because he's got all of the censored videos are on there. If you go to the question section, every question that you'll have for the first year about the subject, there's a playlist there of videos that are basically hidden by the YouTube algorithms. They'll just feed you, even if you watch one of them, they'll feed you a long list of other crap afterwards. So it's good to watch within the playlist, because then you'll see other things that are not suppressed in that way. So now we come full circle to your original question, which is the mountain that you see there in the icon. As I started to look into Earth shape, I realized that the Earth sciences were also probably up for grabs, because those were being used to justify our 16 plus billion year timelines that the Big Bang cosmology requires. And then they tell us the Earth age, which is 4+ billion years old. And they know that, they claim, because of the layers of strata and the fossils that are found in those layers. And all of that is couched in this heliocentric cosmology, which I no longer believed. So that caused me to start looking at, rocks differently. I came across Mud Fossil University. I saw a video by Wakey Wakey on the subject of geology, where it was called Geology Revived, where he was basically, taking shots at the cornerstones of some of the mainstream geological narratives. And so that kind of confirmed my suspicion that maybe even that was up for grabs. Tartaria was new at that point with the star forts, the Antiquitech, the buildings. And I got onto a Discord with a whole bunch of guys that were all content creators that were putting out amazing stuff early on that most people nowadays have never seen. You got big channels like John Levi, and there's another great guy, Lucius Aurelian, and a lot of these other channels that UAP that have been putting out stuff for years. A lot of people know them, but they don't know that a lot of this information was originally coming from these groups of people that I was hanging out with, like Andreas Exertus was one. You got a guy named 13th Monkey. They were doing these live streams called the Chlorophyx live streams, which were just amazing. And they were synthesizing all this stuff. And I was just listening kind of in awe at these people, because they had such an amazing command of history worldwide that I wasn't, they were talking about all kinds of things that I was completely unaware of. So it was an immensely rich learning period where I was examining. Yeah, someone just said Flatter Day in the chat. Sorry, I haven't been watching the chat at all. I'm just kind of in my own head right now. But Martin Liedke, I think he had his channel recently taken down for like the third time. But they were putting out so much information, and a lot of claims were made that were unsubstantiated. And Ewar came out with his videos on the flat Earth subject, and later Tartaria, and now he's big time flopped on the subject, and he thinks Tartaria was a big psyop. I disagree with him fully on that. I think that people made claims about stuff they didn't know about, and those became narratives because other people who knew even less started to parrot them. I don't think there was ever what he calls a Tartarian hypothesis. I think, he talks about the Tartarian hypothesis like there was this organized group of people that came forth with a theory that was based on a bunch of bullshit, which he's challenging. I don't think that's what happened at all. There was a bunch of, rebel people who were looking into history and all of these other subjects with skeptical eyes and discovering things and sometimes making claims that were unsubstantiated. And a lot of those claims were made about Tartaria. But the existence of the old world, if you want to call it that, the Hibbler thing that's coming out soon, or just, this great civilization that seemed to have existed everywhere, and this obfuscation of our history that is so profound. I think Ewar's off on the wrong track. I think he's thrown out the baby with the bathwater on this one. He just came out with a video that I watched last night on the subject, and he's talking about the faked photography and how if the photography has been faked, then the whole basis of the Tartarian hypothesis falls apart. Well, once again, I don't think there was a hypothesis, and two, I think anyone saying that all of the photography is fake are anytime they're using these superlatives of all this or all that, I think they're losing the point, which is that it's a mix of a lot of different things. So I argue
Right.
for syncretism and synthesis and rational thinking and the scientific method and empirical observations, real scientific observations, not just scientific consensus and appeals to authority. And, flat earthers, despite what the mainstream think, are some of the people who are doing that better than anybody, as are people who are looking into this alternative geology, alternative archaeology subjects, which is what my channel has been all about. So back to the icon for like the fourth time, that mountain, if you look at it, it looks like it's got an eye socket there, right? It kind of looks like a head. From another angle where you can see the whole side of it, that mountain looks very much like an elephant that's lying down on its stomach with its head tilted backward. And when I ran across the Mud Fossil University guy, who I've lost respect for him, and I think he's peddling a lot of misinformation. So I wouldn't, if people want to know what mud fossils are all about, go for it. But take everything that guy says with a grain of salt, because he's always right about everything.
Roger from
yeah,
Fossil University.
yeah.
Okay.
He's a vehement anti-flat Earth. He's a flat Earth
He
hater.
is, yes.
He claims they've ruined his whole work, and he blames them for why mud fossils didn't take off, and he blames academia, while at the same time utilizing every picture that works for his narrative that's come from NASA as if it's true. And he's got this weird cosmology of titans that their body parts are floating out in space, and that's what the asteroids and all these different planetary bodies are ultimately made of, the titans. And he proves that beyond a shadow of a doubt by tapping the screen with grayscale images that supposedly came from NASA satellites. So he's got a real mishmash cosmology based on a lot of stuff. He knows how to talk. He's very good at talking, and he's comes off as this kind of self-taught, autodidact, nutty professor that came up with this amazing theory that he's trying to defend, against the big bad guys who are trying to take him out. And anyway, but I don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. I think he has some good things to say. He's made some pretty remarkable observations that started to change how I looked at the rocks. And so the reason I started looking at that mountain is because one of the things Roger goes on about is a 1,000-mile long dragon in the Sahara Desert. And he gets on Google Earth and he looks at this thing, and he's looking at the anatomy, and he's talking about the Greeks and Greek philosophers mentioning this great battle between the Leviathan and the Behemoth that took place thousands and thousands of years ago between a big fish and a big dragon. And it kind of makes sense when you see him go through it and you look at it, and it's like, I'll let any idea have its day in the sun, and reserved out. But I'm not going to buy anything that comes my way. And I thought, well, that's interesting. And then he started going into other rocks and talking about how these rocks are actually petrified body parts. And we're taught that things can petrify. That's what fossils are, right? That's what petrified wood is, the petrified trees. But we're told that it takes hundreds of millions of years. And we're told that the only thing that will fossilize, except in the very rarest of circumstances, are bones. And that's what they find as they dig up the skeletons of the supposed dinosaurs and all the, everything but giants. Giants, that's all a myth. There's no evidence for giants at all in their world. But I'm not saying that about Roger. I'm talking about mainstream. you
Mhm.
know, and then so we have this megaflora and megafauna in the mainstream narrative. They talk about the great extinctions. There's 5 times where the, or 4, I think, 4 or 5 where, most all the life on the planet was extinguished, and we can see that in the fossil records, and we know how old things are because of carbon dating and all these uh, infallible dating techniques, or so they would like us to believe. But you find out that they're
Right.
very fallible, and they've been hotly contested each step of the way, each and every one of them. Whether it's spectroscopy they're talking about, or if you're looking up into the sky and talking about redshift and all these things that they talk about as you know just fact. And so I started questioning that, and Roger had these DNA analyses that he had supposedly had done at a reputable laboratory. Who knows if it really was? And I can't judge, but you can download those off of his website, and they look like real reports with real numbers and figures, which you'd have to be an expert in those subjects to know what those numbers represent. But he claimed unequivocally that at least 3 of the samples came back with humanoid DNA, from a giant that he excavated in his backyard to a fingertip, or that was the fingertip of the giant hand, and then 2 others. And so, it just
Mhm.
opened my eyes to the possibility. And then this mountain looks so much like an elephant, and it's considered by the locals to be the elephant. There was even a restaurant with that name, and it's affectionately known as the elephant. Its name is Montgo, Montgo, and it's on the Costa Blanca in Spain, for those who are just tuning in. So the first thing I did is I started to ponder the possibility that, wow, what if Titans really existed? What if Earth's history is completely different than what we thought? What if this megaflora, megafauna was beyond what we ever imagined? What if Avatar is actually a historical telling, not just some mythological, fiction that they put on the screen for us? What if they're hiding things in plain sight, which they very often do, as we know? So it was a fun intellectual exercise. I got on Google Earth and I started looking at it in 3D and looking at it from different angles. And that was when I, the Twilight Zone happened. That I started to find way too many correlations for it to be mathematically plausible. You have to look into, what are the odds of something? What are the odds that mountain looks like a head, that the eye socket is in the right location, that it starts to have other anatomical features. If you look at the macro mountain as a whole in 3D, which I could do on Google Earth, you could see there was a big deep canyon right between where the legs were. There was a rib cage, there was a spine, there was space where the head met the shoulders on both sides, where it curved inward, just like it does with our necks. It does the same thing with elephants, and it looks like an elephant. So I started to look into the anatomy of elephants and pulled up photographs and even 3D renderings of elephant skulls, and looking at the fissures inside the eye socket and where the bones meet, because that's where my chiropractic training came in. As I started to do this, I started to realize, wait a minute, I'm finding correlations to anatomy on a macro scale that I shouldn't find in such large numbers unless there was something to this, or it's a simulation, or the universe is playing some kind of cosmic joke on me. So I'm like, okay, whoa, horsey, sit back. Because after that first hour on Google Earth, I'd already accumulated like 10 different anatomical features. That's a lot, 10 already. It's one thing if it kind of looks like it from the side. Like, that's what we do all the time. That's what it's called, pareidolia, where we look at a mountain range and it looks like a Titan laying on its back, or it looks like an animal. We have this pattern recognition ability, most of us, especially the artistic types, which I consider myself.
Mhm.
And so I can see things that I know are not there, but I can kind of let my gaze soften, and all of a sudden a pattern emerges. Like I could show some of my artwork later if you're interested in seeing it. There's
Yeah,
all
sure.
sorts of patterns that emerge, that okay, maybe I'm magically pulling back the veil on some other realm, and I'm getting a little snapshot of entities and faces and all these things. Or maybe it's just a trick of the mind. That's what we call pareidolia. And the pattern version of that is called apophenia, where you're recognizing a pattern that doesn't exist. So I already knew these things intuitively before I went into the whole subject, and also academically because of my training. So I took a step back at that point, and I said, I'm going to get out my anatomy books. I'm going to get online. I'm going to look at 3D renderings, and I'm going to look at the eye socket, because I'd been hiking this mountain already for 8 years at that point. And I had been all over. I'd been to the top several times. I'd been into the eye several times. And I always thought of it cute. It's a cute thing, the eye of Mont Go, but it never occurred to me that it could be an eye socket. And so I remembered that there were these really weird anatomical or geological features that I couldn't explain based on what I knew about geology. And so that just made me that much more curious. So I got out my anatomy books, got online, and I had a laundry list of things I would expect to find, of about 10 different items that I was looking for, for my next trip up to the eye. And I went up with the intention to document it with photography and with video, and to do these correlations between the anatomy of a vertebrate. It doesn't have to be an elephant. It can just be a vertebrate. If you look at vertebrates, our skull shapes are all very different shapes, like a dog compared to a bear, compared to a human, elephant, very, very different shapes, but the bone structure is more or less the same. And, so if you know something like the fact that the eye socket is comprised of 7 different bones on all the mammals, on all the main vertebrates that we think of, then you can start to look at, well, where do those bones meet? And do I have that sort of thing happening inside the cave? So I went up there with my list and my camera, and I documented that. And I found 10 more anatomical features just with the eye and the eye socket alone on that first visit. So now I'm up to a list that's about 20 long, which is a damn big number, right? If you're going to think about rolling the dice and getting double sixes, what are your odds of rolling that a second time, or a third, or a fourth? And the more specific the anatomical correlation, the less likely it is to happen. And so what I found is that there was a suture where the 2 bones meet, where the frontal bone, which is the forehead, and the bone that's just under your eye, those 2 bones meet in a line that meets right basically at the bridge of the nose. And that line goes straight back into the eye socket. And that line was there, and it was there exactly as it should be. There's a hole under your eye in the bone called the infraorbital foramen, which is a hole where blood vessels and nerve go that drive like the facial muscles and stuff. And that hole is present in all vertebrates, but it's in different locations. And in the elephant, it's closer to the nose, or the trunk in this case, but it's placed in front of the eye. And if you look at that image again, tilting back, there's actually a smaller cave that diverts perpendicularly away from the eye socket in the exact direction that the foramen should go, this infraorbital foramen. And I show that on video, and I compare it to a 3D elephant skeleton. The optic nerve is there. There's way more to it than meets the eye. So basically, over the course of the next 2 years, for the first 6 months to a year, I'd never made a video. I made my first video on it after coming back from Denver. I showed Bob Nodell. I showed several different people this stuff on Google Earth, like just showing them 3D on my phone, showing them photographs, showing these correlations that I'd found. And everyone was like, you got to make videos about this. You got to make videos about it. So I made my first video, and Bob Nodell actually plugged it in the first video and said it was really nicely put together. There's a lot of mistakes I made and things I would change about that first video, and a whole bunch of pictures that I would never have put in there as I was exploring the idea. But it's, that's how it began. And I already, from the first video, I had laid out a 5 video series that I was going to do. The first on the overall idea, introducing mud fossils, star forts, Tartaria, all this stuff. Flat Earth I alluded to, but I didn't talk about because already at that point, Google was already threatening with the algorithms. So I stayed away from Flat Earth for the first year because I didn't want me talking about that subject to start to put this other research at risk. And I documented over 50 different anatomical correlations. The second video is specifically about the eye. The third is about the ear. I couldn't believe it, but I went looking for an ear, and boy, did I find it in ways I never would have imagined. I still have not been inside of it to this day, but archaeologists and geologists have both gone into this thing, a whole team of them. I didn't know anything about it until I started looking into the work. Yeah, somebody said R.I.P. Bob. Yeah, rest in peace, Bob Nodell. Wonderful man who I miss dearly. Yeah, so the fourth video is about the histology, which is the tissues of the mountain, looking at it with microscopy, looking at how does it compare to bone, like what are the constituent parts of bone. We have compact bone and trabecular bone, which looks like Swiss cheese, which is where our red blood, our blood cells are created inside of this bone that's in the center of our long bones, inside of our head. Looking in depth into all of that stuff, and it's the breakdown of the constituent parts and how that corresponds absolutely perfectly to what I was finding on the mountain. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. The fifth video, I go back to the eye again with friends. We made new discoveries. That was when we discovered that the remains of the eyeball appear to still be there. It's the whole section that sticks up in the mountain, and the whole backside of it is covered in a 10-inch thick layer of quartz. Quartz, in my theory, which I call biogeology, to distinguish it from geology. If much of what we're taught about cosmology, about all of our ologies, is false, then what is the truth, and how do we distinguish what we're finding as truth from that? And so that's why I coined the term biogeology, because I didn't feel that mud fossils was an appropriate term, because it misleads people into believing that all of these phenomenon are brought about through being buried in mud, and that's just absolutely not true. I've found many, many examples of how that's not true. So yeah, that's the mountain in a nutshell.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, so how tall is this mountain from the base?
It's in meters, it's 753 meters. I don't know what is that, 2,500 feet roughly tall, and it's laying down. So my guess is if the creature were standing, it would be about a mile tall. It's about 3.5 miles long, 5 kilometers roughly long.
Wow.
And the interesting thing, and I knew nothing about this until I got into the subject, was that there are, we have our ancient mythologies of Titans, right? We have Paul Bunyan as a myth. We have Jack and the Beanstalk. We have dragons. We have lots of different things which we're told are the fantastical creations of primitive minds, essentially, is what they're trying to tell us. But what if there's truth to that? It's an interesting thing to ponder, and that's why I thought, wow, this will be a very interesting intellectual exercise. But I'm not going to let myself go off the deep end. I'm going to be very cautious about whatever claims I make along the way, and I'm going to do my best to adhere to the scientific method when I'm doing this. It's hard to do in this case because there's no manipulable variable. I can't change something and see what the outcome is, which is the true scientific method. But this is more what they would call proof based on logical consistency, where you're looking at, correlations and what they say about gravity. You lift something up, you drop it, it goes back down to the ground. Now we know, with electrostatics and all these other things, that gravity, as we're taught, is not accurate. But the point is it's repeatable and it happens every time, unless you're, letting go of a helium balloon, then it's an anti-gravity device, apparently. But that's, to me, I admire that. I don't think it's the be all end all, because, with vitalism as well, you can't quantify so many aspects of life. Like, how do you measure love, or intuitive insights,
Yeah.
and these kinds of things? You can't. So the scientific method has its limitations, and people try to overapply it, and it like treat it like it's God, and it's a tool that's often misused. And so I wanted to stick to that as much as I could. And I forgot your question now. I was about to answer the last part of it. You were asking about how high it
Well,
was,
yeah, I
and
was.
then
Yeah, I was just asking how tall it was.
yeah. So
Um,
I was going back to the Titans and the myths, and
yeah.
I what was it? There was a thread there I was building up to, and I lost it. Maybe it'll come back to me.
I mean,
Moving right along.
like, yes. Well, do you like? Have you thought about like how old this creature is? How
No.
can one
When it comes to
come to
dating, I
understand it?
don't have a clue. I couldn't even begin to tell you.
Yeah.
Young Earth creationists, they talk about the Earth being 6,000 years. They calculate,
Right.
I think, based on the length of the age of a generation, based on the Bible and all the so and so begat such so and so, and they there's different ways of
Yeah.
calculating things based on different events, regardless of what your calendar is. I don't know. I do believe that it's a creative realm. I believe that we're probably in an enclosure. I lean more towards something like a toroidal Earth with an accretion disk at the center that's expanding outward, and there's some kind of perhaps oscillation of I don't know. I don't need to know what it is to know what it isn't, and I think that's what a lot of the people on the globe side constantly miss, is you don't have to
Mm,
provide a fully functioning replacement model to debunk a faulty model that doesn't stand up to scrutiny. And if you've debunked the other model, then we can all have that as a starting point and go, okay, well, what the heck is it? And that's what I was doing from a geological perspective. And so it started with the mud fossils, and another channel called Flat Earth Nation, which is now what does he call it? Mud flood was Armageddon. He believed that the 1,000-year reign of Christ already happened, and that we're in the end of days, and the book of Revelation is about to come about, if it hasn't already. And interesting stuff. But I was like, okay, let's not approach this from a Christian perspective. I'm not a Christian. I want to know what is the evidence, what is out there, that I got the point back. Okay, so the Book of Enoch I knew nothing about until I started to do this research, and people made comments and in the video threads. And the Book of Enoch actually gives a size for the Titans. It talks about 3,000 L's, and I don't remember exactly what the length of an L is, but 3,000 of them is roughly a mile. So the Book of Enoch, which is spoken of in the Bible, so it's older than the Bible, according to the Bible. That book is talking about Titans once existing that were a mile tall that walked the realm. It also talks about I can't remember if it's Enoch. It might be the Book of Jasher that talks about the giant trees, and that the Titans were made to go to work at the trees to bring them down, because as the realm, God's creation became increasingly corrupted, God decided to send the flood, and in order to keep them, the ones the flood was intended for, from surviving by climbing the trees were taken down. So that got me on the subject of the trees. It was also the no forests on flat Earth video, I think, also
yep.
came out
Yep.
in 2018. The Sylvia Ivanova of New Earth Channel was doing a lot of stuff. So it was a really super interesting time, and a deep exploration to all these subjects that were new, that are now kind of passe, and people are talking about all this stuff like it's nothing, and they don't really know the history of what happened on, unless they were in it like 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Yeah, that no trees on flat Earth was an amazing video. I remember first coming across that, and really, got me down to another rabbit hole. So this what is it called? The Devil's Tower, right? That's like looking very much like a tree. I mean, and you got the
Yeah.
giant causeways as well, right? And it has that kind of a hexagonal
Yeah. Yeah.
pillars,
You have these
right?
honeycomb, hexagonal columns that we're told are cooling lava, that because of pressure
Yeah.
and expansion, it led to this perfect honeycomb shape. And I don't believe that at all for a second anymore. There's a couple of people who've said shout out to Hangman 1128 in the chat, and absolutely, his work was monumental in helping me understand that there was far better proof for the kind of stuff that I was starting to try and show with the mountain than I realized, because the evidence for the great trees far outweighs the evidence for the titans. And even though I've done this pretty in-depth series showing all of these correlations with Mont Go, I haven't found. I've got other potential examples, but I haven't got anything that's a slam dunk where I'm like, look, here's another one. Here's a perfect example of what I've been sharing and talking about. So it hasn't been repeatable, and nobody else has done what I've done. There's one guy named Tyson with his Mud Fossil Adventures, who's an acolyte of Roger Spurr, who I don't really have a lot of respect for because he's an arrogant know-it-all who's not a very nice person. And he's got some incredible footage, though, of on-site, what I call biogeology, looking at these different sites. But the claims that are being made are being made with 100% certainty, and I think they're better explanations for a lot of the stuff that these guys, Roger and Tyson, have been talking about. But I've been cautious about coming out with more of the things that I've found, because I don't have enough there to start to, make claims about it. But I mean, I should come out with some of this stuff just because I think it would be interesting to people. But these are very, very interesting subjects. So the Hangman was getting all kinds of boots on the ground, on-site footage. Sometimes, HD, even did 4K stuff. Undeniable. If you can't see that it's tree, Karen B, it's just, you're lacking that part in the brain, I guess. It's just so bloody obvious. Some proofs are self-evident. This is the thing. Like, if you look at something and it looks exactly like something in every way, and it's scalable and it's repeatable, and it's the same on the micro and the macro, and it manifests in every way like a tree, but it happens to be way, 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 way bigger. Do you throw that out and say, no, that's just sedimentary layering that came over hundreds of millions of years? Or do you go, wait a minute, maybe this is the evidence for a giant tree that once existed? Well, how big was it? Well, we're talking miles wide at the base, and who knows?
Yeah.
I personally believe reality is fractal. Hangman has talked about one that he believes is 100 miles wide at the base.
Wow.
And he and I are going to get together in July, and we're going to go and tour some of these sites, and I'm going to go with him. And we're gonna see this stuff. I want to see it firsthand, but I've already seen enough with his footage to know in my heart and intellectually and rationally and critically that he's right about this. But he can't be right and have anything from the mainstream geological narrative also be right. The two are mutually exclusive. It's like,
Yes.
globe. It's like globe versus flat. We're talking about incompatible paradigms ultimately.
Yeah. I mean, like, I certainly believe that these giant creatures existed, and these giant trees existed. I don't have the scientific background, but certainly the distrust of the mainstream in the first place, and the fact that it has the explanations they give are, to me, don't make any sense at all. Like melted lava that is perfectly forming like hexagonal like columns and stuff like this, like all in a row like that. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. So
Absolutely. And
but
I have
some people, yeah,
photographic examples that are, it's hexagonal columns, but they're in groups of a larger hexagon. And this is exactly how tissue grows also, right? So Roger Spur, he
Right.
thinks every one of these Giant's Causeway and all of these basalt columns, he thinks they're all Titan tendon. And I think he's lost the
Yeah.
plot because he thinks also that Devil's Tower is a Titan tendon, even though there's no signs of any of the rest of the being. It's just this petrified tendon that's
Right.
sticking up there. Now, he's got some good points about the histology of it. And at one point, I'm gonna look at that and compare it to tree, also looking at the histology, because I think it'll be a good exercise for people to see, because he could be right, but to be 100% certain that it has to be that without acknowledging the trees, which he never does, which is very interesting. Roger Spur never brings up the big trees, and the evidence for the big trees is far more impressive than the evidence for Titans, which he's constantly going on about. So that makes me suspicious. I'm suspicious by nature, but it's like he and Hangman won't even refer to him. He won't even use his name because he has no respect for him. He thinks the guy's lost the plot, both are supposedly coming from a Christian perspective. Hangman, if you go through, Hangman is very empirical, but it's not that he's like breaking it down based on the scientific method and doing experiments. He's coming, from a faith-based analysis of what he's seeing. Is like, this is what the Bible is talking about. This is, and the apocryphal books, other books that are related to the Bible as well. And here's the evidence for it. And if you can't see it, that's your problem, not mine. I can show it to you, but I can't help you see it. That's his take. So he was truly inspiring for me, and I know it's really interesting to listen to his stuff, because he's coming from the heart, and he's genuine and sincere, and he's got all this incredible footage. And so for somebody who's like non-Christian, left brain scientific method, they might drop into his channel and immediately be like pushed away because of the things that he's saying, because he's putting it in that greater context, and that would be a shame, because like somebody like David Weiss, he said many times he would just leave the room when people started talking like that, because he thought they were religious nutters. Well, that's throwing out the baby with the bathwater. If you see this amazing footage, it's like, okay, does anything that this guy's saying actually make sense? Holy shit, it makes a lot of sense. Oh my God, he's giving example after example after example. It may not be polished and academic and in the form of a peer-reviewed paper, but the question is it self-evident, and are you capable of seeing it? And I believe the answer is, for me, it's yes to both. And so I started to champion his work, because I realized that my work on the Titan elephant, if it was an elephant, is way more far-fetched than the Titan trees. And there's a lot less evidence for the Titans than there is for the trees. So I figured that's a much better one for people to wrap their heads around. And if you can envision megaflora, then guess what? Megafauna is kind of a default, right? So that kind of my mountain gets shooed in there, I suppose, by default with that. But that led to, we haven't even mentioned the whole Hearthstone phenomenon. Are you familiar with that at all? Did you? We're going 3 hours.
I've seen a video about it, but please continue and maybe explain to myself and the audience what the Hearthstone phenomenon is.
Yeah. So after the work I did on the mountain and just looking, because of mud fossils, at all the stones with new eyes, because there's a lot of stone out there. When you look at it, it's got all these patterns in it. And if you just think about the mainstream narrative of sea creatures and land creatures and foliage dying and compressing over hundreds of millions of years, that could give rise to these different layers of sediment, which we're then told are pushed upward by tectonic activity. So you've got these plates that are supposedly colliding, and that's giving birth to the Himalayas and the Alps and all these great mountain ranges around the world. That is then exposing diagonally or from the side, depending on how the layers collided, it's exposing these different layers. And then those layers have different ages and different fossils that are in them. And then they'll break off into pieces, and then those pieces will erode because of water erosion, river action, sunlight, oxidization. All these different things are going to go to work, and they're going to smooth out the stones, and then they're going to leave us with these different things that kind of look fleshy, look like they might have been meat once upon a time. And so there's a whole class of stones that match up perfectly with tree, and they have tree grain in them. And then I started to notice that other kinds of stone didn't look so much like tree, but looked more like tissues. And again, back to my chiropractic studies, histology is the study of tissue. And if you do a search for histology, tissues microscope or something, and you just pull up image searches, you'll get a sense of what things look like. But they're using stains, and they're cutting things out of the living creature, so you don't know exactly what it was before they started to do their analysis. But you get a sense of what all the different myriad of different kinds of tissues that exist inside of a body. We have our bones and our hard stuff. Then we have our organs. Each organ is a different makeup, and it's a different kind of tissue. Then you have your lymph nodes, you have your digestive tract, you have your heart, all these different things. So I started to see on a larger scale, and that's what I did in the fourth video with the mountain, is I looked at the histology, and I showed how that correlated absolutely perfectly with bone, and to a degree that it shouldn't have. And in fact, the mainstream narrative for the limestone structures that are being found here in this region on and around the mountain is that those are made from hundreds of millions of years of pressure compressing shell, mollusk, exoskeleton things like lobster and that sort of thing, and the skeletal structures and coral. All of that is all made of calcium carbonate, and all of that is being compressed over hundreds of millions of years into these layers, which give us our limestone. Well, that's true of certain kinds of limestone layers, and you can actually see the remains of the shells and the mollusks and the coral with the naked eye, but definitely with the microscope. And I've got lots of examples on my channel of all these kinds of things. I've gone deep into this with the histology. But I took a 1000x microscope to these limestone features on and around the mountain, because there were no traces in any of any of these stones that I had been observing for years, any traces whatsoever of shell or coral or mollusk, any of it. And that didn't make any sense to me, because even after hundreds of millions of years, you should find some little artifacts now and again. And instead, what you find are these big chunks of limestone that have these Swiss cheese-like holes going through them, which are perfectly smooth, which are said we're told are formed by water erosion. But it makes no sense, because as the larger hole goes in, it branches off into smaller and smaller holes going in different directions. This is the fractal nature of blood vessels or trees. Like when you look at how a tree grows, this is how things grow in nature. And so that's what we're seeing in the limestone all around. And then when I took the 1000x microscope to the limestone, there was still no hint whatsoever of those things in this limestone. So, it's been a big journey along the way as I've tried to make sense of all this stuff and find out what's true and what isn't. And unfortunately, I don't have a background in chemistry or physics. So to really go deep into trying to prove this stuff, I do know that if I had the funds for spectroscopy, I could analyze samples of the mountain and of the Hearthstones. And I would get a lot closer to, something that we might be able to call scientific proof. Right now, I have, like I said, proof based on logical consistency and mathematical probability in correlations. So back to the Hearthstones. So I started really pondering this stuff, and I was so frustrated that there wasn't some conclusive bit of evidence, and I definitely wasn't getting it from Mud Fossil University. And the more I watched, the more frustrated I was because of so many of the claims that he was making, and looking at pictures on online and just claiming with 100% fact it's this or it's that, and it's like, okay, yeah, but what about looking at things from other angles? And what about the shadow play? And all of these things that should be, taken into consideration were just, ignored in favor of his narrative. And so I sent out a request to God, to the universe, to, some kind of, please send me an example of a mud fossil that is undeniable, something that when I pick it up, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt what it is. And 3 days later, walking in a river bottom, I found a stone that as soon as I picked it up, I realized, wow, this looks like a heart. And then I started looking at it a little deeper and I realized, wait a minute, there's a blood vessel there. There's an opening where the aorta should be. There's an opening where the pulmonary artery should be, and the space between the two sides of the pulmonary artery, which is called the isthmus. And there's a coronary sulcus. I'd gone deep into the heart anatomy as a chiropractic student because it was a subject that was very interesting to me. And the more I looked at this rock, I mean, already before I even left the river bottom, I had like 8 anatomical correlations. And I'm like, I have to take this back to my office and get out my anatomy books. And when I did that and I started looking at it, I was up to about 15 by the time I made the first video on the subject, which is on my channel. It's like the 5th video I made, I think. It's called Mud Fossils, the Heart of the Matter. That was when I still thought these were mud fossils, which I no longer believe, but and I'll explain why in a moment. But so I got back and I made a video. I sent that video. I took a video of me rotating the rock and I sent it to Roger because I'm like, oh, this is amazing. You should check this out. You're gonna want to see this. It's the best mud fossil I've ever seen, including all the stuff you've shown on your channel. And he ignored it. I was like, you can use it on your channel. I gave him, the permission to use it. And he never addressed the subject at all. And I said, wow, that's really weird.
Wow.
This is literally the best example of a mud fossil I've ever seen compared to all of the stuff that he'd shown. Yeah, I didn't have a DNA sample like he claimed to have had, but I had an amazing specimen. And so then the next thing I did is I got an endoscopic camera. I got it on Amazon because there were chambers inside. And so I went into these chambers with an endoscopic camera, and the chambers had anatomical features. So that one stone has 23 different anatomical features that are very specific. And I delineate those very clearly in the video. And I've got actual video of a heart in contraction. And all I could, my question is, why would the heart be found outside the body? I couldn't figure it out. You mentioned boiled egg theory earlier, and that became the name for my theory, which is that in some way the body had to have been destroyed while the organ was being petrified. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the organ completely separate from the body. It would be petrified into the body in some way, and the remains would be there. But this thing was a standalone, right? And the interesting thing is hearts are that they're contained within a sac called the pericardium. It's a fatty white sac, and it's the thickest of any of the fatty sacs that protect the organs. It's thicker by far than any of the others. And it's elastic. So as the heart is contracting and expanding, the pericardium, gives way for movement. So I started thinking about eggs, and I was thinking about, well, what if there was some kind of a major heat? Because I had already looked into, with the mountain, you have this thing called pyroclastic flows, which are when volcanoes erupt and that ash starts to flow out. A pyroclastic flow, according to the mainstream, can reach temperatures of up to 1500 degrees Celsius and can travel at the speed of sound. And I thought, that sounds like the kind of force that could totally destroy the outer portions of a body while petrifying the organs. And I started to think about what happens to an egg, which is liquid, before you boil it. And when you boil that egg, if you boil it too much, the eggshell will crack, unlike a pericardium, which would expand, right? But if you boil that egg, after 7 minutes, you've already got a hard-boiled egg. It goes from liquid to a solid. And if you boil the shit out of it, it's going to become even more solid and more dehydrated, because that's essentially what that petrification process is a complete absence of moisture. And then that's later replaced through the mud fossil theory by the elements that are in the mud as they work their way in to the tissue. So I didn't throw out mud fossil theory. I think it still happens, but not to the degree that it says. And I think there's a lot of other examples of what I call instant petrification that that can be pointed to, and that's what I've done in many of my videos. So
Yeah.
so 23 anatomical or 24 anatomical correlations in that one stone. Endoscopy, I later had them CAT scanned. I had 4 of the stones CAT scanned. I was hoping that it would reveal more of the internal structures, but they're too dense, as I suspected they would be, to show up. It's far too radiolucent on the X-ray, so they just show up as white, except for the chambers themselves, which do show up as black. But I already knew those were there because I could see them and I'd gone into them with the camera. So that was kind of a bust. So the spectroscopy is the next thing, but that's a very expensive process that calls for thousands and thousands of dollars of investment to have that done. And I'm not much of a fundraiser. I don't ask for money on my channel, and I'm not so interested in going that route. I've been hoping with all the videos that somebody with deep pockets would come along that would want to prove one way or another if there's any truth to my crazy ideas. One laboratory reached out to me, or actually a guy reached out to me who was friends with somebody who owned a laboratory. And that turned into a bit of a fiasco because they were basically just parroting the mainstream paradigm in every way. And when I sent my samples, I sent 12 stones to them. The supposed lab work that I got back was an absolute joke. They did no investigation into them whatsoever. They looked at them, made claims about what they were, without any numbers, no evidence whatsoever. So I had to defend myself against their claims about what I had done and all the mistakes that I had supposedly made. And I did that. Fortunately, I had 90 minutes of audio from these 2 guys, 45 minutes of me speaking with the first guy, and then 45 minutes of the 2 of them discussing the findings after he had supposedly done this analysis, which was an absolute joke. So it took me 3 hours to debunk every single point they made in that video with video evidence and photographic evidence and anatomical correlations that are very specific. And they made all kinds of claims that I show pretty handily were false. It's a 3-hour video, though. It's called Paradigm Crush.
So what kind of creature do you think these hearts that you collected belong to? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, a lot. And I think it's all creatures. And we've got from the small, everything from rodents, could even fish perhaps, because I'm sure petrification can also happen inside the water. All the way up to dogs, cats, mammals, larger mammals. I have one heartstone in my office that's 1.5 feet long. So that would be about the right size for something like a giraffe, an elephant. The first one I found was 4 times the size of a human heart. So maybe something like a cow or a horse or something bigger than that. But the scientific method, if you have a theory about something, in order for that theory to have any weight, it's got to be a variety of different things. It has to be repeatable. It has to be scalable. And so it's empirical. This is where we get into observation versus an actual scientific experiment. So you want scalability, you want repeatability, you want specificity. And so what I started to find is, because I theorized, well, if I found one heart, and this is an actual phenomenon, which mainstream geology tells us is impossible, because long before any soft tissue could ever petrify, the larvae and the bacteria are going to eat away at all that flesh, and all you're going to be left with are the bones, which might then fossilize. So they tell us that you're not going to find any soft tissue. So just because that stone or that layer of supposed sediment that you're looking at has a really biological look to it, it can't possibly be that.
Were there
except through this
like
compression and tectonic activity.
Yeah. Were there any like volcanic mountains near this place where you found these hearts?
There's no volcanic mountains in this region, but there's lots of volcanic flow. So I don't know. Did they blow their tops?
Okay.
Are they covered up? I don't know. There's a lot of examples of volcanism here, but no volcanoes, at least not in this region of Spain. There may be in other regions of Spain. I don't know. But to go back to the specificity, repeatability, and scalability, that
Yeah.
was when I said I should be able to find more of these. So I went out into the river bottom again. Now, some people are going to be like, yeah, well, the river bottom, that's where all this erosion takes place, where you're going to get these cobblestone river rock that can take on all kinds of kind of smooth shapes that look organ-like a spleen or a kidney or perhaps even a heart. Yes, that's true. But I was finding these outside of river bottoms, buried in mud. I wasn't finding any in between stones where you've got like broken, fragmented stones that are on their way to becoming smooth river rock. It was one or the other. You have the limestone of the mountains, which is this Swiss cheese and compact limestone. And then you have all of this river rock, which is a completely different kind of rock that have all gathered in the rivers because of flooding action, water, the death of different creatures, and that slowly worked its way into these places. So that's a great place to look, is rivers. But the naysayers will tell you that it's not what I'm saying it is, because of this erosion action. Well, that's where the specificity of anatomy comes in to the whole topic, where if I find a stone that's shaped like a heart, that's number one. Now, if I find specific shapes like a tapering in on the sides, because that's what hearts do when they go into rigor mortis at death, when the heart contracts, there's this spiral contraction that takes place, and then the heart will taper in on the two sides. And so that's a very specific shape, right? So I can list that as an anatomical feature. There's a curved underside as the backside of the heart bows inward on contraction. There are certain places that are the aorta, the vena cava, the two biggest blood vessels of the body are going into and out of the heart for our blood. Those can be there as remains that can be either pinched off and look like creases, or it can be discolorations, or they can be open, and you can actually look inside and see chambers, as I proved in my first video on the subject. And then I went into the river bottom. I started breaking them open. And what you find are these, in this particular region. In other regions, people have sent me loads of photographs and video of other stones that are far more fleshy. But in this particular region that I'm in, they tend to be very white, like they've been bleached out. But that outer layer is the pericardium is white. And many of these stones, if you break away that, or if you slice into them or break them open, they look meaty inside, which I have two videos. I have one called Broken Hearts Tell Tales, and another one called Slicing Heartstones. And with the slicing one, I slice with the help of Alex, slice them open and then polish them to a shine, and showed that even though they're white on the outside, when you polish them, you can see the remains of what appears to be blood inside, and even blood vessels in these stones that just are one uniform white rock that has some of the features of a heart. So I started to find hundreds of these stones that were matching a pattern that I hadn't yet fully identified. But I've now, delineated it in many videos, where you have this harp shape, you have a tapering in on the sides, you have a flattened top, you have the blood vessel openings at the top, you have these what are known as sulcus lines, where the folds of the heart meet, because the heart is like a big knot. That's a whole other rabbit hole in and of itself, the heart, which if you want to, we can go into it in the last portion, because a lot of this has had to do with intuition, but also synchronicity. There have been all these synchronistic moments that have followed me through this entire adventure of events that have happened that you couldn't even begin to calculate the odds on it. I've made entire videos on the subject of synchronicity because of how it's it's tied into this research. So there's an intuitive side, but then there's also the synchronistic side where things are happening in moments, where I'll find a very, very specific stone that's got a lot of the features that I've already made videos about in an exact moment when I've had a particular thought, or someone said something to me, or in a particular location. So these are moments that are imbued with more meaning, in my opinion. And so I've made a lot of videos. I have a whole playlist on petrified organs. For people who want to see visuals for all the stuff we've been talking about for the last 3+ hours, they can go on my channel to 2 videos, one called Petrified Titans and Organs Part 1 and Part 2. The Part 1 is just kind of a visual overview of all the discoveries that I'd made up to that point. And Part 2 is called The How and Why, which had to do with my theories about how this came about, which gets us back to the boiled egg theory, where I hypothesize that there's some kind of a destructive event that's destroying the outer body while the organs are hardening. They're preserved because they're in elastic containers, unlike a shell of an egg, which is crispy and hard. And so as they harden and the rest of the body is dissolved, and maybe that process is finished through different kinds of erosion, eventually they pop out, and we call them river rock and pebbles and cobblestones and what the mainstream would call polycalcitic conglomerate cobbles, which just means multiple types of calcite of clay that has been squished together and then compressed in a sedimentary layer, which is then broken up by tectonic activity, popped out of the layer, and then they further erode through the river action. That's how they tell us these stones have been brought about. But I've recognized a very reoccurring, specific, repeatable pattern with high specificity, or I said that twice, but scalability, sorry, that anyone can recognize. And it's been proven by all the different people that have come to my channel and who've asked me for my email address so they can send me samples. And some of them, I won't make comments about because there's nothing there to be certain about. But some are amazing, and I've done videos just on the ones that other people have sent me. There's a lot to unpack, and I'm sorry I'm talking all the time and not giving you more.
No, it's fine. This is about you, and I'm fascinated. I'm happy to listen, so it's not a problem. But I want to ask you about, where do you go with this research now? I mean, like, I've checked out like Mud Fossil University before, and I found Fossil University before I found you.
Mhm.
And then like I'm on the same page with you about a lot of stuff, and I've kind of listened in over the years, and but it's a kind of a starting point, you can say, and then kind of consider reality in a different way. So I give some credit where credit is due in that sense. But now we can, let's just assume that we agree on that there were giants and titans and petrification. And I don't know if you looked into like meltology or at all, and maybe that has a bit of a factor into the whole petrification type of thing. I don't know
Yeah, I've
100%,
been a
but
critic
who
of
knows?
meltology. I think there's something to it. There are examples of melt, but the vast majority of what they're showing doesn't show any signs of vitrification, which has to be present
Hmm.
whenever there's melt. Just like we make glass by melting sand, and it's
Right.
smooth and it's hard, and that's vitrification. And there are some examples geologically of vitrification happening in different parts of the earth, because clearly the earth has been ravaged by incredible cosmic volcanic events and that sort of thing. So I have no problem with the possible existence of buildings, or even the possibility that mountains, that there might have been buildings that were so big in the distant past that when they've eroded and been hit by whatever hit them, that they look like mountains to us now, but are actually
Hmm.
buildings.
Hmm.
There's a lot of examples of that also. But I think in general, most of the meltologists are not so well studied. They make a lot of grandiose claims based on really flimsy evidence. They don't
Hmm.
recognize this vitrification aspect. And I think in general, the vast majority of them are over applying their theory to far too many things. And I'm of the mind that the answer should be E, all of the above. There's a bit of mud flood. There's a bit of mud fossils. There's a bit of instant petrification. There's a bit of Tartaria star forts. All of this stuff, we're actually observing things that are real, but people start to champion their favorite pet narrative, and then they start calling other people retards who don't believe what they believe, and they over apply it. And I think that's exactly what Jerry DeCamp did in the beginning. He was the godfather of the meltology theory. I think the guy's a nutcase and he's kind of a jerk. And I think a lot of what comes out of his mouth is just ridiculous. But a broken clock is right twice a day. So he's gotten some things right. And so obviously Meltology has taken on a life of its own, and there's a lot more people who are interested in the subject now. But I think that they should be far more skeptical and,
Yeah.
apply rational thinking and the scientific method, and understand that there's way more evidence for the trees than for Meltology. And and how in depth have people gone? Is there any boots on the ground work? For the longest time there was nothing. It was just people looking at pictures. Now you got people like John Levy, or Levi, which I'm not sure how he says it, and others that
And
are
Levi, yeah, Levy.
constantly boots on the ground, and doing amazing work. And I love the kind of stuff that those people are doing. So I think it's great. I think just be careful about over applying it or calling other people stupid just because they don't believe what you believe.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think a little bit of humility can take you a long way. Get you very far. But like, we have to try to be objective as much as possible. I mean, that's the whole idea of quote unquote the truth. And it's difficult
Yeah.
for me to say that we can be absolutely objective, but we try the best that we can to use the quote unquote scientific method. I mean, that's how we got here in the first place, right?
Yeah. And this is another thing that I got from Logos Media, also, Jan Irvin, is the whole concept of logos, and how before our teaching institutions were hijacked by, Rockefeller medicine and Rockefeller everything, and the school books were rewritten. Before that, we had, the trivium and the quadrivium, which is grammar, rhetoric, and logic. And then you had, what was it, math, geometry, music, and something else. I can't remember the last one. Chemistry, maybe. And ultimately what we're talking about is alchemy. We're talking about the perennial teachings, the ancient wisdoms, that all of the Renaissance men that I admired when I was younger, they were masters of all of these different disciplines. And we all need to kind of strive to be more like that, rather than just believe in whatever we hear.
Yeah, I think there's an argument that could be made whether or not many of these people actually existed or not. Like Michael Angel,
Yes.
or
Yeah.
Napoleon,
Yeah. Even
Mozart. These
Tesla,
so-called
Napoleon. Yeah.
geniuses. Yeah,
Yeah. It's ironic that
The- um,
Napoleon is the one who's credited for the phrase that history is a set of lies agreed upon, because he may not even have existed according to a lot of people, which is the ultimate lie agreed upon.
well, yeah, one of yeah. There are many lies that people have agreed on, and the
No,
whole
I just mean him
but that's the
quoting
whole.
that also.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Winston Churchill
Yeah.
is also credited for, history is, made by the ones who won the war or something like that. But
Yep.
I wonder if we can kind of switch gears a little bit. And I wanted to ask you because I know we're encroaching 4 hours or over here, and I wanted to talk to you about spirituality because, the thing that you mentioned about synchronicity. Whenever that word comes up in my mind, I think about coincidence, and I
Mhm.
also think about like um, like spirituality, kind of a another layer to this dimension that we don't really maybe we're not really in tune with sometimes, and so it becomes like oh my gosh, it's amazing, coincidental, like kind of like So have you like dove? I mean, I'm sure in all your life, I mean, like the whole like upbringing that you had with the New Age and astrology and stuff like this, you have your own um, like understanding about spirituality and cosmology and maybe how this reality is
Mm.
working. Have you um,
Yeah.
can you
Well,
explain a little bit more about
we
that?
talked about psychedelics, and definitely my early experiences with that
Right.
made me aware that there's a there, that there's another. Uh, you can kind of pull back the veil and at least momentarily experience other realms, and that I don't think it's all happening inside your head, or at least it is in the sense that inner space is far grander than outer space. Um, which ties into, kind of my mom's beliefs with meditation and everything, is that, the way to find the creator is to go within and to understand that our spirit, our whatever is animating us is a little spark of that creator, and so that's how we should access it. I personally, it might be to people who are listening, they might find this surprising, but I tremendously lack discipline, and so for me, when it comes to accomplishing things, I work in fits and starts, and a lot of times there's an inspiration, some kind of a synchronistic event, something that sparks the action. And so I tend to get a lot done in a really short amount of time on those rare occasions when I actually do something. People who've been following my channel for a long time know that I can disappear for months at a time. There was one point where I went a year without making a video. And I've gone a couple months now without a video, so I'm long overdue. But the synchronicity is what has motivated me through this whole thing, because after the initial coincidences with the mountain and the research and the study that I did going into that, there were so many things that happened along the way that were like little tips of the hat or taps on the shoulder that were like, there's no way that could have happened just by chance. And so that made me feel like I'm on like the Blues Brothers, we're on a mission from God. It's like, for me, outside of psychedelics, the only thing that I can point to in my own life as a supernatural experience, like I'm not clairvoyant, I don't have any ability to see or remote view or anything like that. I've only seen a couple of examples of true magic in my life, which I can share if you want to hear those. That were not related to me. And outside of psychedelics use, the only thing that I can point to as the supernatural in my own life as like undeniable evidence of that have been the synchronistic moments. And there's been a lot of them. And I find that the more that I pay attention to them and I listen and I put them in a diary to remember them, it seems like the more often it happens. And it happens in waves. They don't happen all the time. And sometimes a whole bunch of them will string together and all be related to each other. And that's when the odds of something happening by chance become impossible, because each one of those things in the string is some really remote chance occurrence, but it relates to this other really remote chance occurrence. And then, you could say that every one of us with our 8,000 ancestors over I don't know how many generations or something, is an example of that random occurrence. But so one of the ones that I like to share all the time that's most fun when it comes to the synchronicities related to the mountain and the Hearthstones is that along the way when I was doing the Hearthstone research, I learned about something called the myocardioventricular band. It's also known as the helical heart. It was discovered by a Spanish cardiologist named Francisco Torrent Guasp, and he basically discovered the true anatomy of the heart, which we're not taught in schools. I wasn't taught. Cardiologists today are still not being taught, and that is that the heart is rolled up like a knot when it's under embryonic development. If it took him decades before he cracked the nut and figured out the structure of the heart. He did it by boiling the heart and then gently removing the pericardium, which is that fatty outer layer. And then once he had done that, he was able to bluntly dissect the heart using just his fingers and snipping one little thing with a pair of scissors towards the end. And once that is done, the heart unravels and it opens up in one long continuous band. And I didn't even know about that. And I've made many videos on that subject. People can look into Son of a Titan. I've got a video called The Helical Heart. I've got many videos touching on the subject because it was one of the most mind-blowing things that I ever learned, and it wasn't even taught in the schools. It changes everything that we know about the heart, and it's not only its anatomy, but its physiology, how it functions, and blood flow. How does circulation really function in the body? This guy was questioning it already as a cardiologist student.
because he didn't believe the prevailing paradigm, which was the heart was pumping the blood to 70 trillion cells through ever narrowing blood vessels. He believed that there had to be some other mechanism by which that happens, because with highly viscous blood going into narrower and narrower vessels, you can't, with one little constriction of a muscle, you can't pump that out to all the cells of the whole body. And then it comes to a complete stop, and then it turns around and it slowly works its way back to the heart on relaxation. It's like the mechanisms for that made no sense to him. So he questioned it while he was in school. He got mocked. He questioned it after. Then he made this monumental discovery about the band, and it still took his colleagues 20 years before they started to incorporate that knowledge into the mainstream, which it still hasn't been done, though some really prominent cardiologists have recognized and promoted his work. So back to the subject of synchronicity. While watching this video called The Helical Heart, which is about his life and his discoveries, he's dissecting the heart, and then he rolls it back up into a knot. And at that moment that he rolls it up into the knot, I see that there's these meeting points of the different folds of the heart, which are called sutures. And I realized that a whole bunch of the heart stones that I had already gathered had those curved lines in exactly the right places. So that is an incredibly specific find. The other thing about the heart is when it contracts in a spiral. This was one of the discoveries of Guasp, that the heart fibers themselves contract in a spiral fashion. The blood flows in a spiral, two spiraling vortexes that are going in opposite directions. The heart is absolutely incredible. It's the largest electromagnetic field in our body. It extends 6 feet beyond the body, possibly more in some people. That's why they want us apart during the pandemics, is they don't want us coming in and strengthening each other with our heart fields, right? It's an incredible thing. And I didn't know, even a fraction of how incredible it was until this cardiologist. Well, get this. This man worked and lived his entire life out of a family practice he worked out of his home doing all these dissections, and he was just an MD, working out of his home. His home, I didn't even know until I was watching this documentary about his life. At the end of the documentary, it said Denia, Spain. His home, if you look at the icon of the mountain, Montgo that we've talked about, he lived on the foothills of that mountain. Like, what are the odds of that? Calculate the odds of that, right?
Where do you even begin? I mean, that's the problem with all these, coincidences, that you can't put a number on it. You can't put a 1 to 1,000,000, 1 to 1,000,000,000 on it, because, like, where do you even begin? But that's definitely,
and I've got some
definitely interesting.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt there. I have some incredible, stories like that to tell. All about synchronicity and how it ties into this research I've done. So if people are curious about those, because they'll make the hair stand up on the ends on your arm, because some of them are really wild. That's in a video that I did live called The Synchronicity Stream. And I'll just tell one little synchronicity from that as well, which is really fun. So when I was researching to do the video and, gathering up all the stuff that I wanted to show, I wanted to educate people a little bit about the subject of synchronicity, which was a term coined by Carl Jung. And so I went looking for just memes that I could pull up of quotes of Carl Jung. And before I did that, I already had in my mind that I was going to use a photograph of myself hugging General Sherman, which is the largest tree in the world, still living. And it's in California. When I was a kid, I got to go there. I went there 2 or 3 times, and I got to see it. And at one point, I climbed up and I hugged this tree, and I got a picture of me hugging it. So I already knew I wanted to use that as my thumbnail for this video. And the stream, it was called Synchronicity Stream, STREEM, for the word tree, because I was going to be covering the subject of the great trees so much in that video as well. And so as I look up these Carl Jung quotes, on the second line of the image search, I see the face of a friend of mine I haven't seen in something like 25 years. And his name is David Rico. He's an author. And I couldn't believe it. I'm like, wow, there's David Rico. I haven't thought about him in ages. And it turns out my friend has written a book called Synchronicity on the subject of Carl Jung's synchronicity and how it, I haven't even read the book. I didn't even know the book existed. He'd written a bunch of other books that I knew about, but that one came after. And so there was a time when I traveled with him and my mom because he was going to be giving lectures at a camp. And the three of us traveled by car together to the Sequoia National Forest, where we stayed in a camp. And he gave his lectures, and it was a really fun experience. And then we went to the grove where General Sherman is, and I climbed up and I hugged the tree, and I got this picture of me hugging the tree, and that picture was taken by David Rico.
Wow.
So the guy
amazing.
who took the photograph that I had already decided was going to be the thumbnail for the live stream that I was doing that night, that guy wrote a book about synchronicity, which was the subject of my live stream. He showed up in an image search, which I, unexpectedly, because I hadn't seen or talked to him in over 20 years. And he's written a book on synchronicity. And not only that, he took the photograph that I had already decided I was going to use for my thumbnail.
So how do you calculate the odds of that now?
Yeah, exactly. How do you calculate the odds on that? So then it's like, what are we looking at? Are we looking at a simulation? Is this a matrix? Like, the more you analyze things and look at them, the more reality morphs to start to it's like egregores, these thought entities that start to gain greater and greater power, the more energy is focused on them. Is that what's happening? Is this the creator speaking to me through synchronicity and in providence in some way? Are we in some kind of a construct that's altering itself as you start to analyze it? I don't have the answers to those questions, but it's definitely fascinating. I heard Archaics, somebody was mentioning him earlier in the chat. Archaics, when he first was exposed to the Mandela effect, and he started to realize this is an actual real phenomenon. This isn't just a bunch of people, going off about a bunch of things that could be interpreted multiple ways, or they're misremembering that there's actually a ton of evidence in favor of this modification. Like the Bible itself is being modified, and that's a hard one for a lot of people to swallow. But there are pretty prominent phrases that are now different than, most of us grew up knowing. And so, why did I bring up the Mandela effect? What was it? Archaics. So when he was in a live stream and people were just hitting him with Mandela effect after Mandela effect because he wasn't really that familiar with it. He'd heard about it, but he hadn't gone into it. And the more they went into it with him, the more he realized, holy shit, there's something to this. And the more he analyzed the phenomenon, he realized that these were kind of mundane little things that were changed up until the Bible started changing, and some other pretty key things that didn't seem to really have any real importance when it came to our lives. And does it matter whether it was Berenstein or Berenstain Bears, and whether the VW logo, the V and the W were attached or not? It doesn't matter really. And then he realized that, well, maybe this is, he always puts it in the context of simulation theory and artificial intelligence X and whatnot. But maybe this is the creator or some benevolent force within the construct that is making these little tiny changes in order to clue people into the possibility that reality is a malleable thing. And I thought that was a really interesting take, because I've always seen synchronicity as like, you're on the right track. Things, the universe is speaking to you, and it's a little hint to go in a particular direction. And that's how I've always used it and thought about it, and I still think of it that way. But I think it's interesting to ponder these other possibilities, because he initially thought of synchronicity as something that artificial intelligence X was doing to distract us from whatever it was that we should be focusing on, because we start focusing on these little oddities in our reality that really don't make any difference, but it kind of keeps you occupied while whoever's running the construct goes about what they're doing. So I don't know. These are the kinds of things I think about every day, folks. So welcome to my bizarre reality.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk to you about that, but before I do, I want to make sure that the David Richo that you're talking about, is that a guy
Rico,
who wrote? Is he a PhD?
R-I-C-H-O. He's a PhD.
Yeah,
He's written lots of books
PhD, and he wrote a
on
book called
mental.
"Unexpected Miracles: The Gift of Synchronicity and How to Open It." Is that the book that you were talking about
That's
earlier?
probably the one I'm referring to. Yeah, I
Okay.
said it was titled Synchronicity, but I misspoke there. It's probably that one. Yeah. So he's
I just
coming
wanted to
at it
share his
from
book
a
with the audience. Yeah, that's all.
yeah. So
But yeah,
the
so
Hearthstone thing was just one coincidence or synchronicity after another, and that led to me, being interviewed and speaking at conferences, and it's just taken on a whole life of its own. You're muted.
yeah, I mean that's I think it's just an amazing journey regarding, and this video that you were talking about in terms of the heart being like a kind of like a spiral thing. I'm going to take a look at that. I shared it
Yeah,
with the audience earlier, but it's just absolutely fascinating to me, like your research and the direction that you're going. But you did bring up Archaics and the Mandela effect. So, like, I remember Archaics was speaking with you. I don't know how many times that you guys actually have spoken, but do
just
you
once.
follow his work? Because he is a kind of a controversial content creator. I guess you
Yeah,
could also be
he's
considered
ultra.
controversial. Most everybody
Yeah,
is.
he's ultra controversial because of his criminal record,
Yeah.
and then also he triggered a whole lot of people early on as he started to become popular. Once he kind of, he went from like 3,000 to 20,000 really quickly, but it took him like 2 or 3 years to get up to 2 or 3,000 subs. And then Santos Bonacci had him on. They were talking about syncretism and talking about his work, and that's
Hmm.
when he really took off. And as he started to become more and more popular, before, he was always forthright with his criminal record.
Yeah.
Some will argue that he's not telling the full truth, and there's some on both sides that want to pull up the proof that will either exonerate him or prove him a liar. And
Right.
that seems to be in the works. But regardless, his work is astonishing, and a lot of the people that badmouth it, I find, have not gone deep into it, and they've just got knee-jerk reactions to what he's done, and they don't like his accent, and they don't like his criminal record, and they don't like the things that he claims, and they didn't like that he was a simulation theorist. And then they were flat earthers, so it couldn't be a simulation because it's got to be a creation. It's like, well, it can, if you look at Hindu cosmology, it can be a simulation in the mind of the creator. We call it Maya, illusion, and that's what all the ancients told us physical reality is. So I didn't have any problem. Again, I didn't throw out the baby with the bathwater. And I thought a lot of what he said was interesting. And I was really interested in what his research taught him about the subject of instant petrification. And that was what a lot of, what we talked about. And
Yeah. I
unusually, I
remember
think I
that
did most of
conversation.
the talking in that interview too, because usually he's got so much to say. He kind of takes over in a lot of interviews because he has so much to share. And it was my turn to do that. But
Yeah.
I think he's got a lot to offer. I think that the critics, it's really a shame that his research, which there's a ton of, has been so muddied by his history. But how could it not be? So hopefully he'll be able to, or somebody will be able to provide, the ultimate proof that can shut up the critics and show one way or another whether he's telling the truth about the things that he claimed happened that fateful day.
Yeah, well, I don't have contentions with that history so much because everybody can make mistakes, and he put in the time, and that's my position on that. It doesn't make it right in any way, but like people do change over time, and it's not my place to quote unquote judge. God ultimately does that, and then if but like I guess without even that, just looking at the research in itself, like one of his points of, like, how would I say, like like he talks about like this reset events, right? So last one was like in early 1900s in 1902, I believe, and then he has 138-year cycles that
Mhm.
seems to be. So next one is supposed to come around at what, like 2040 or something
Yeah.
like that, right?
Yeah,
So
the
I
Phoenix
mean,
cycle, the 138
yeah,
years, and a lot of people
yeah,
criticize that. But if you look at his Chronicon and you see, how do you make sense of the whole world's history when you have all of these different calendars, different timelines that are shifted and different lengths of timelines? And so what you have
yeah,
to do is look at all the historical texts, and you have to go, oh, this particular event happened in that part of the world at that time, and they saw these things in the sky, and then the shit hit the fan, and oh, that was this particular date in their calendar. Well, what is it in the Hebrew calendar? What is it in the Gregorian calendar? And that's what he's done after years and years of looking at all these books that he had access to in the prisons. He has basically done that work for people, and apparently I haven't personally cross-referenced and made sure his numbers were accurate, but I know a couple of people who've gone deep into his work and actually helped him correcting errors in Chronicon, and it's a phenomenally interesting work at the very least, and I think that's a valuable contribution. And whether clearly resets have happened even in the mainstream geological world, our heliocentrism, they talk about these different events and the comet strike, and there's the Younger Dryas period that everyone likes to talk about. So those things happened, and I think he gets a lot of undue criticism because people dislike him so much because of he rubs them the wrong way, his personality, or because of his record. So hopefully he'll be able to sort that all out, because I think he's done some amazing stuff personally. And I knew about all of his past before I went live with him. I knew that I would get some blowback and some criticism. I thought it would be a lot more than it was. There were half a dozen people that were just saying really nasty stuff in my comment threads and in the chats, but it wasn't like a firestorm like I kind of anticipated. And he's gone on with a lot of other people who are really reputable, who I have a great deal of respect for. So people who are poo-pooing his research and making claims about it, oftentimes they're straw manning him. They never, ever offer to debate him or go after any specifics in his stuff. They're just throwing him under the bus, for ad hominems and for his record and whatnot. So, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess ultimately the research and the material should speak for themselves, and it doesn't matter if he's speaking about it or somebody else. But I guess of course, um, you're always going to have trolls. You're always going to have haters. So that's just kind of the part and parcel of this internet sphere that we're in, and that's just unavoidable. To me, it's just about like, is it reasonable? Is it logical? Is there evidence? Does it make sense, et cetera, et cetera? So
Yeah.
I
Does it
cannot
pass the sniff test?
say, yeah, I can't say, definitively one way or another about it. I hold my reservations in regards, but that's just true with most everybody else. So, everybody's going to have to go and do their own due diligence, whatever
Yeah,
form
that's
that
what it's
that may
about.
entail,
Due
you know.
diligence. Totally. We saw that during, 2020 and all the craziness that happened there. The people that did their due diligence were the ones who were ostracized and criticized more than any other groups. And they, they have been proven right in just about everything that was said. There's a lot of psyop stuff going on surrounding that, and a lot of people have fallen into truther traps. But I think in general, um, they're pretty proud of the choices that they make during those times. Speaking obviously in veiled words, but
Yes, yes.
discernment became a life or death matter in 2020 and 2021. And,
Yeah, for sure.
you know, and
Big time.
continues to be. So it's not just, oh, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist who believes stupid things. Like, if that person is right and you haven't done your due diligence to either prove them right or wrong, based on what the mainstream has told you and a supposed scientific consensus and, you know, regulatory bodies that are supposedly working in your best interest, but always seem to be headed by people who formerly worked for big pharma, or, you know, it's like the military industrial complex, or you name it. You know, buyer beware. A lot of that stuff was up on offer, and it wasn't really forced down people's throats. They just thought it was.
Right. Yeah. It's like the mandate isn't a law, things like that,
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of like I kind of look at I don't know like how geopolitical slash political you get or not, but like just to talk about this a little bit because it is an important topic. It's a topic that I am also interested in, and my approach just for the audience, most everybody kind of maybe are aware of like the way I operate, but like I have so many different interests, as I'm sure that you do as well. And that and this kind of like I don't know, like a political arena of how people think about reality is also of interest to me. And it seems to me like a lot of people did kind of wake up during the whole lockdown pandemic,
Hmm.
finasco. I don't know how to put it, but like this, what I'm getting at is like a lot of people are also falling fast asleep. So I see kind of a divergent path that's happening for people. People who are doubling, tripling down on the narrative, and then there are also people who are like more or less caught up. They never thought about it. Like they never were themselves quote unquote conspiracy theorists, like a lot of us were almost from the very beginning, for a very long time. And then within a short span of time, within a couple of years, they're like almost caught up to everything that we've been like, researching and studying for many, many years now, What are your thoughts on that?
Totally. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different, subjects where you've got truth or traps, you've got false dichotomies that are put in place that, get people squabbling amongst themselves and arguing about whether it's a globe or whether it's flat, when the reality might be far out and ultimately unknowable. And the people who are honest are admitting that, and they're showing how it doesn't match up with what we're told. And it measures flat, and it appears to be flat, except where there's contour. But ultimately, we could be inside of something. It could be a toroid. It could be concave, and then that's where you get into map wars and all these people arguing about who's a shill and who isn't and everything. But that's what I think is happening to a large degree, is divide and conquer. Well, to divide and conquer, you've got to get people believing opposites, and then defending their side of the opposite. So, this is something that's people are really susceptible to. And we saw it with masks. We saw it with all these different things that happened during those years, where people were pitted against each other and families were torn apart. And this happens with so many different subjects. So that's why I think something like syncretism is such a valuable concept that most people have never heard of. This cross-cultural mythology. I already intuitively understood syncretism because of studying Joseph Campbell when I was younger, but that was all related to myth. I never thought for a moment that so much of that myth might actually be real history that's been hidden from us as myth, whereas what we've been fed as our real history is the fantasy. So that's what I think about that, is that it's a lot of it is coming down to divide and conquer.
The good old Hegelian dialectic at work, so
bread and circuses and divide and conquer. That's pretty much all you need to control populations. Just those four things. Keep their bellies fed full with, food that leaves them unhealthy, and entertain them. And, they'll just keep on keeping on, and then throw in some false paradigms, and it's just,
well, if it ain't broke, why fix it, right?
Yeah, they keep doing it over and over because it works, and until people really wake up. So I do believe there's a great awakening happening. There's more people looking into
Mhm.
all of this subject matter than ever before in large numbers. They did their best to suppress it all with the algorithms. And it could be that the genie's out of the bottle, and the truth community collectively is getting the upper hand, not on any one particular narrative, but on all the narratives as a whole. I mean, we can see what somebody like Joe Rogan is now, touching on in some of his podcasts, and going into these forbidden areas, and flat earth is reaching larger and larger platforms. But ultimately, if you divide people right down the middle, what do you have? You've got civil war. Oh, interesting. There's a movie out about that exact subject right
Yeah.
now, as we're in an election year, as you've got the whole Q side of things, and all of the, the left and the right, the red and the blue, and the good and the
The woke
bad. And
culture.
it's like, yeah, the woke culture versus what we thought was the woke culture, because in the beginning days with flat earth, everyone was using the term woke, and that had an entirely different meaning. And in less than a year, that meaning was completely hijacked and switched 180 degrees to mean the opposite of what all the people I knew who were using it intended it for. So, we have to understand and remember that we're constantly being subjected to all kinds of different intelligence operations and psyops and programming of everything from the media to the intelligence agencies to you name it. And if you don't have a grasp and an understanding about how they work and the symbols they use and the numerology and all these things, all for whatever comes down the pipeline. And I think that's what most people have been doing for a long time now.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to ask you about this magic that you were talking about before. You said that you had a genuine
Oh,
experience of magic that you
yeah,
didn't
I've
elaborate
had
so much
two.
on.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, like I said, outside of synchronicity and outside of my own personal firsthand experiences with psychedelics, which made me aware that the supernatural and other realms truly do exist. I've only had two experiences in my life that I could put into the context of truly supernatural, and one has to do with a chiropractic technique called network spinal analysis, which was developed by a guy named Donnie Epstein. And it's a soft, what they call tonal form of chiropractic, where it's not osseous adjusting, where you're making the bones pop, which is what most people are familiar with for chiropractic. It's light touch in different parts of the body to access, like, literally vortexual energetic points, and to stimulate those
Hmm.
in order to help the body go into almost like a defrag, it's like a default program that exists within our nervous system that this guy learned how to access and to make use of. And I asked him personally. I got to meet him and talk with him, and it literally came to him in a vision where he envisioned loads of people around the world all simultaneously going into what he called the somatorespiratory wave. If you imagine a person face down from their sacrum, their coccyx, which is the tailbone, all the way up to their occiput, if you think of that as one long, like, tube that you can send a wave through. So imagine a
Hmm.
wave going through that. And so you kind of flick one end, and then the wave starts going towards the other end, and it propagates, right? Now imagine a second wave going through, and that second wave is going to meet the first wave, and you're going to have these sine waves, these oscillating, you know, these two waves that are kind of weaving in and out of each other, and it creates different patterns. And then eventually those patterns will unify and sync. And he learned how to touch people in a way that set this process in action. And Christians and listening might start to think, okay, this is voodoo or the occult, and it very well could be, because what is actually happening there when that's occurring, I don't know. But as it happens, the person is not present. They're like knocked out. They're inside in another world, and this thing is happening to their body automatically. Now, the reason I know that this is like a supernatural, real magic phenomenon is because he would go in and he would touch people and trigger these things in different ways and kind of get things going. And then he would go in and he wouldn't make contact with his fingers. They're face down. They can't see what he's doing. And he would come in and he would do little twisting motions with his fingertips as he accessed different places without actually touching those places. As he twisted and pulled away, it was like he was pulling on invisible strings, and the person's body would undulate after and follow after his hand motions. And I watched this happen many, many times. It brought tears to my eyes because I had these spontaneous emotional releases because I understood that I was witnessing something that was true magic, and I had never seen that before. And I saw it many times after. And the you could argue that this person had been already receiving care for a long time, and they knew what was coming next, and their body just naturally followed these cues, and that's why it happened. But I witnessed him do this some years later with a baby. He was speaking at a chiropractic seminar, and he came out after the seminar, and there was an area where there were chiropractic tables being sold, and he started to entrain people. That's what he calls it, entrainment. And he started doing this, and they went through these waves, and it was amazing to watch. I had him do it with me, but I didn't feel much because it's like the longer you're in care, the more complex the response becomes. But the younger you are, the more quick and ready you are to respond to it. And so he did this with a mother who then went through these waves, and then she asked him to entrain her baby, and she laid down on her back, and they put the baby on her stomach face down, and Donnie Epstein went in and he started to trigger these different points, and this 6-month-old infant started to go through this double respiratory wave. So it was an amazing thing to witness, and it happened. It was like automatic for about 30 seconds to a minute. And then all of a sudden the baby started to stir and kind of came back to wakened consciousness, looking around the room like, where am I? And it was utterly amazing to see. So that was the first. And then the second was, I can't go into too much detail about it because there are books and studies that are being written about this, but I witnessed two young people who had the ability to, how do I say this without saying it? Basically, they could read things they should not have been able to read. And I'm not talking about reading level and how complex it is. I mean, location of texts. And I won't
are you talking about like remote viewing type of thing?
Yeah, remote viewing. We'll just say actual real remote viewing. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I saw it in ways that could not have been faked. And I've seen a lot of hoaxery. I have a good friend who's a high-level magician. I know what can be done to fool people's perceptions, and this is not that. There were multiple things in place that made it impossible for them to fake what we were witnessing.
Yeah. We might call it magic, but I wonder if this is another, a sense or another ability that we are told that we don't have. It's that kind of kept hidden from us. Do you think something like that is a possibility? Like
Absolutely.
magic is a kind of a very woo-woo language, with a C and a K. Aleister Crowley magic and stuff like this. Right?
The guy who gave us satellites, you know who he was? Or at least the story of satellites?
Or no, it's Werner von Braun. Is that guy?
No, that's the Saturn V rocket and the moon, the supposed moon missions. I'm talking about Arthur C. Clarke, who wrote a book
Arthur C. Clarke,
called,
okay.
What was it called? It was, he theorized the satellite thing before they were ever created. So that was why I said the guy who gave us satellites, he didn't actually create them. It was just sci-fi fantasy, and then it became reality, or so we're told. But he had an interesting line, Arthur C. Clarke, about technology that always stuck with me when it came to the subject of magic. And he said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I think that that's so true, because especially when you get into things like ayahuasca and these different psychedelic substances, and you understand how, for example, the mycelial network works in the forest, and how that communication, is happening between all of the plants and the trees and the animals and everything. You're looking at an incredibly advanced technology that, to us is indistinguishable from magic. And they can, couch it in scientific terminology and do experiments and everything. But what we're looking at, it's like Avatar when they hooked into Awa, not the
Yeah.
mother tree, which is the tree that was brought down with explosives, but the other glowing tree in that realm. This is like that's Jason's vapor canopy days, of the Archaics narrative, is everything was imbued with its own light, and there was no direct light from the sun because we lived under this canopy of vapor that somehow reflected everything but absorbed it as well. And you have these, this time where we were in touch with nature and everything was magic. I think that time really existed. Call it the Garden of Eden or what you will, but I think that is magic, and that's, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from that. So, now we walk around with our mobile phones and we do all these things that 30 years ago would have been magic. And, if you saw the Star Trek guys beam down and you saw their tricorders and their whatever they called the thing that they needed in order to beam back up, that would be magic to all those places they supposedly would land. But I know that's fiction, but yeah.
You mentioned about the Mandela effect. Are you Mandela affected? Do you consider it to be a real phenomenon? Have you looked into it?
Definitely. Yeah. I've there's a bunch of them that are just like, so, I was talking about hang gliding before. I knew micrometeorology like the back of my hand because I was watching the weather every day for good flying conditions in the hang glider. And so when the lines in the sky started to last and spread out and become cobwebs and block out the sun, I knew that was man-made, because the contrails, which were, it's the condensation of the warmth that's
Right.
coming out of the jet engine. That's creating a short line that disappears as the plane is flying. So I was hip to the chemtrail thing pretty quick and early on because of my experiences flying. And what was I tying that to? What was your question again? I'm sorry.
Mandela effect, like if you're
Yeah.
affected and or
Yeah.
not.
So,
So you were talking about, yeah.
Yeah, so there's certain things like one of the biggest ones for me early on was the position of the jet engines, because I had been
Yeah.
flying many, many, many flights. I'm 56, and I remember very, very well the engines. I sat many times over the wing, and sometimes the front of the engine would poke out in front of the wing, and you could see the back coming out the back of the wing. And when I was first introduced to the Mandela effect, and they started going through some of these classics, that was one that I just could not wrap my head around. And I started to go on the image searches, and I could see what, they were talking about as like this retroactivity of the change. It didn't even
Right.
make sense to me from a structural perspective. And so that was one. And there have
Yeah,
been
there's
many.
like
I mean, the
really out
whole,
in front now, the engines, like they've always been out in
yeah,
front.
the
Like the whole
entire
engine is like
engine
in
is in
front of
front.
the, yeah.
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
first time I saw that, I was like, no way, that looks ridiculous, and then I started looking for other planes that didn't have that, and I couldn't find them. And that was when I realized that, like, except for just like what they call residual, just, a couple
Yeah.
of really,
Residues. Yeah.
mediocre examples, residue, it was all way out in front in a way that made no sense to me. So, I don't know, Dolly and in Moonraker, the whole scene with the braces,
Yeah.
the whole point of that whole scene was for her to smile and them to fall in love because he had the metal mouth and she had the metal mouth. Now that scene makes
Yep.
no sense, and I remember that
Yep.
very clearly. And there's a lot of changes that are like, Ed McMahon with the checks. I used to get these, I can't remember what color they were. I think they were orange. I used to get them all the time in the mail. You could practically, you could stack them up and use them as a coffee table or something. Eventually you got so many of them. And and those things never happened. He never stood with the checks, and those envelopes were never sent out, apparently.
What company did he work for?
In this reality. It was Publishers Clearinghouse, and they're not even called
Yeah.
that. So I
No.
mean, that's like some of these Mandela effects. If you got a bunch of boomers and you just randomly, without even telling them about the effect, ask them to describe a bunch of things, they would probably get 90% of them wrong compared to how things are now. So a lot of people say this is perfect proof of that we do live in a matrix, that this is a simulation. I think they might just be little tips of the hat from the creator that that, hey, things might not be what you think they are, and what's it going to take to wake up some boomer who's in complete denial about everything and believes whatever comes out of the boob tube, and has had multiple boosters. What's it going to take? Maybe this is the perfect little thing, like and the lion shall lay with the lamb. You can find residual of
The wolf
paintings
will
and
dwell with the lamb is
and now it's the
there.
wolf
Now,
will
Isaiah
dwell with the
11:6.
lamb. It's like I'm not even a Christian. I've never gotten all the way through the Bible, but I know enough about the Bible to know that the Lord's Prayer changed, and that line changed, and there are other changes. And so there's a pastor, I can't remember his name. He was just on with Topher Gardner. He's one of the few pastors who is willing to acknowledge that it's a real phenomenon, and that the Bible itself is undergoing major changes. And this is incredibly important when it comes to doctrine for people to study and to understand that the Word of God is not necessarily that book, but the Word of God is written throughout creation when you have the eyes to see it. And, truth and logos ought to be self-evident. And so maybe that's what this is cluing people into. I mean, if you didn't know about the Council of Nicaea 100 AD, when they started, throwing books out of the Bible and adding to it, already you've got a whole bunch of men that are meeting in groups behind closed doors to decide what goes in and out, and decide about the Holy Trinity and whether it was a virgin birth and all of these things that are the cornerstones of the faith. So if that book itself has been modified going back then and is now currently undergoing further modification that's supernatural, that's an important thing that everyone in the world should know about. So I think it's a fascinating phenomenon. Shout out to Shiva Shampoo and Brian Stavely for all the work they've done on that subject.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, very fascinating topic. I don't think there is any definitive, proof about like what is causing the Mandela effect. I mean, for me, I'm in a position where I know the Mandela effect is happening. I don't know why it's happening or how it's
Yes.
happening. What the
Yeah. And
causes
that
of
should
it
be the
is
honest
that people
answer.
interpret it in different ways. Yeah.
Yeah. And someone in the chat just said holographic universe. I'm a big fan of that idea. I read, what is it, Talbot's book on the subject. And I've for a long time believed that we live in a fractal universe. And part of that had to do with microscopy and how immense we're told space is. And so I saw that as above, so below. As you move out, things are getting bigger and bigger. And as you move in, they're getting smaller and smaller. So I had no problem with that fractality, and also fractals themselves, these mathematical algorithms. And, it appears you got the Fibonacci sequence and the golden mean and the phi ratio and all of these things that weave themselves throughout all of physical creation, and also sound and, ether and all of this. Now I've got too many threads and I forgot the main point I was making. What was it? We've been going 4.5 hours, and People are probably tired of hearing me talk. Well, I'm tired.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You were talking about
Uh,
Mandela effect, and then the different
the
theories
fractal.
people might
Yeah.
have of it. Yeah, yeah,
So
the fractal
I
nature. Yeah.
already, and you've got even in the Hindu things with what is it, Indra and Vishnu and the conversations that they're having in the Bhagavad Gita and the Mahabharata. They're talking about these universes being born out of the head of one of the gods, and the, to me, this is an idea that's been around for a very, very long time. It didn't come with simulation theory. It's simulation theory is just this, applying these ideas to the world of silica and chips and all that kind of thing. But ultimately, these things, I think there's a scalability, there's a fractality to nature. So that was why when I saw Roger's dragon in the Sahara, already knowing that the earth might be flat and that our history and all these other things that we take for granted as true might not be true, I figured, why not? Let's give this idea its day in the sun too. Because when I started looking into this mountain, Mont Go, I realized that, okay, well, that's a fractal jump down from Roger's dragon, but it's a fractal jump up from an elephant like what we see today. So it was right there in the middle between those two sizes and justified by the Book of Enoch in the size. So there's just all these things that lined up, crazy stuff like the river that goes beside Mont Go is called Gata de Gorgos. Gorgos is the Greek name for three goddesses that are in Greek mythology. One of those three goddesses is Medusa, who's the one that turns everything to stone just by looking at things, right? So our instant plasma petrification, all the theories about the plasma apocalypse, or the EMPCO volcanic activity, which is tied very deeply to plasma, because when you get all these plumes of volcanic smoke that are coming out of volcanoes, it's just nuts with plasma. Wow, isn't it interesting? The river next to Mont Go is named after the goddess that turns things to stone just by looking at them. Like, what are the odds?
Yeah, that's quite amazing. And like you got the Medusa as this lady with all these snakes on her head, right? Maybe it's some kind of electricity that is emanating from her. Who knows?
Definitely. It's fascinating. So the holographic fractal universe, I got no problem with that. I think that's just how things work, how things fit together. That's why the scientific method relies on scalability, repeatability, and specificity, because there is this, like when it comes to plasma stuff, that can be recreated in a laboratory experiment. In cymatics as well, all the experiments with sound and what sound does, we can scale that down to the micro, or we can do it on a big scale. Whereas when we look at heliocentrism, we have to rely on Jesuit telescopes and NASA's, who are a bunch of liars and have faked so much stuff. We have to rely on them to tell us what's out there. And I don't know. I think, if it's a toroid, I wouldn't be surprised if it was nested with a whole bunch of other toroids that maybe even touch each other. And maybe what we're looking at are the tissues of some great being. And we're just one cell, and our entire world is one cell in one of those tissues. I sound like Animal House. There's like this scene where they get stoned and they start talking about like, whoa, you mean like this little bit in my fingernail could be like an entire universe, but I think that's how it works. And
Who knows?
yeah, well, maybe someday
Yeah,
we'll be lucky
absolutely.
enough to find out. Hopefully there's a big reveal at the end of it all.
We can only hope. I guess I'd like to just kind of ask you about your thoughts about God. You mentioned about God. You seem to believe in God, and you don't have a religious upbringing. And here in India, obviously with Hinduism and the Vedas and stuff like this, they talk about Maya. Maya being the illusory nature of God is one of the powers that God has to put a veil over our eyes. And what they basically say is that this whole world is illusory. And the reason why they say it, so far as I'm concerned, is that like how they define real. So they define real by two definitions. One definition, that which lasts forever, or that which is forever. And then the second
Mm,
definition is that which is never changing. So with those two conditions of foreverness and never changing is what is equal to real. So anything that is not real has to be illusory, right? So everything in this material world is
by
illusory because it
definition.
doesn't fit by that definition itself, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I used to have a pretty nebulous view of God because I didn't believe in a conscious creator God of the Bible that was like, let there be light, and spoke creation into existence. I thought that was kind of a fairy tale. I felt for the longest time like the Abrahamic religions were like spirituality light for people that were maybe put in place as control mechanisms to get them to believe things about the afterlife so that it would be easier to control in this life. I knew about the Crusades. I knew how often religious texts had been used as the basis for all kinds of horrid events that were the exact opposite of what the religious texts were supposedly teaching. So I had an affection for the teachings of Christ, and the maybe not the commandments, but the seven virtues as opposed to the seven deadly sins and that sort of thing. But I had this nebulous, like Star Trek, Star Wars Force kind of a view of what the universe was, because I was tying it in with like the Hermetic teachings. You've got the all in capital letters, which is the unchanging source from which all emerges, like the ocean, where you have waves coming up and as troughs on the ocean and then crashing, and they exist for a moment in time. That's your physical reality, but then ultimately they dissolve back into the all that is the ocean. And I think that all of physical reality functions in the same way. I'm way more in alignment
Hmm.
now with the teachings of like Walter Russell, and looking at fluid dynamics and these different ways in which we see these kind of principles at work. So the whole as above, so below, the Hermetic teachings, that for me seems very applicable. But now with flat Earth and these other subjects, I recognize that I've said it many times. I think ultimately we're probably in what is ultimately a cymatic utterance of the Godhead that was spoken into existence and exists for a period of time as it oscillates, and then will be reabsorbed back into the Godhead. And I think every single creation in creation is exactly the same thing. Every species of plant, every individual, every animal, and each individual life as well. I guess that's kind of my cosmology. There's something else I was going to add, but I lost it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a grand mystery, I guess, in my mind, and maybe we'll have, and we are so limited in a way of like we are having kind of subjective experiences as well, and trying to combine that subjectivity and objectivity together. It's not an easy task, and maybe that's the challenge that we're meant to, be a part of, or be a participant of. To be here. We are, here, of course, and none of this is going to be forever. So we take in as much as we possibly can before, our expiration date. But
Mm.
for so far as I'm concerned, I think gratitude is an important thing. Genuine gratitude, and the feeling of, like there's some kind of a purpose to it all. Maybe it's hard to articulate exactly what that might be, but just having this thought, of kind of allness and wonder about like the creation of reality and why things are, because like like having come this far in our journey and in our quote unquote research, there's a lot to uncover. There's still a lot of work to be done. And I do believe that there are nefarious entities out there. And also, like, the so-called elite who are deliberately lying to people and deliberately causing these manipulations and the whole divide and conquer thing, and how that plays a role into the whole, I don't know, cosmology of our human experience is another mystery to me. But we
The
just have to
min-
deal with what we got here.
yeah, the minions of the demiurge. Yeah, I mean, some Christianity and other spiritual teachings teach that this is Maya, it's illusion. It's also it's it's hell in a way also, that this is like a creation of the demiurge. So just by incarnating and being physical beings, we're at the mercy of these polarities that exist in everywhere you look and everywhere you turn. So that seems to be part of the great work. I don't know if that's what the Masons are up to. It doesn't seem so, but that we have to learn how to not polarize and find balance and equilibrium. And that's what's so nice about the Russell model of the universe. I'm still trying to figure out how to integrate it with heliocentrism, because I've seen no real evidence that we're on a spinning space ball, or that the universe is expanding, or all of these claims that we're taught are fact. So Russell, some of the things that I've read and heard from him are not really addressing some of my questions. So I'm not sure how to. But this idea of a universe that goes in two opposite directions, because it has to balance
Did
itself
you
out, because God is balance and God is stillness and the source.
Yeah, did you mean to say heliocentrism, or did you mean geocentrism?
Heliocentrism is what I meant to say.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
talking about the. Oh, maybe now I've forgotten what I said, but
Well, you were talking about Walter Russell and how his views fit into the heliocentrism, and I
yeah,
just
that
wanted to make
seems
sure
to
that
be.
this
It
wasn't.
seems with some of the stuff that he's written that it's kind of put in this heliocentric context, and
Yes.
that's where I get
Yes.
confused, and I don't know how to integrate it, because
Yeah.
I have no problem with like a toroidal universe and all of the wave
Right.
dynamics and all these things that he's talking about and he diagrams in his books. But trying to reconcile that with exploding
The
suns and spinning
information.
space balls and
Yeah.
all that stuff. It's really hard for me. So
Yeah. Yeah. I
I
mean,
got to meet Matt
I,
Presti in Mexico.
who
I
is this?
present Matt Presti. He was the president of the Walter Russell Foundation for like 7 years, and
Oh, okay. Wow, that's
he's still
amazing.
very intimately involved with spreading the work of Russell. And he was a presenter at Anarchapulco, as was I, and we got to have a couple of really amazing conversations. In fact, he and I will probably do a stream in the not too distant future. And I was bringing up a lot of these things, and I can't articulate some of his answers, which I need to look into more. But he and I had no problem communicating with each other. So just because he believes something different than I do doesn't mean we can't sit down and hash out a whole bunch of really cool ideas about these things. So we need to learn how to hold ideas in our head without having to accept them or reject them. He's really good at that, and
Yeah, I agree with that.
yeah. So Matt Presti, and I can't remember the name of the foundation. It's like Universal Science or something like that. But if you search for Matt Presti and Walter Russell, you'll get on the right track with that stuff. I've been listening to Russell's Secret of Light and the Divine Iliad, and they're just amazing just to walk and listen to them. I've downloaded them so I can be in flight mode when I'm on walks, and I feel like I'm getting more intelligent just by listening.
I'm wondering if you could. I think we're gonna wind it down now, but like
Mhm.
before we head out, I was wondering, like, what are some of the most important current event topics that you are concerned with or interested in, and what would you like to share with the audience in terms of a final message? So let's go in that order. If you have any thoughts about current events and what's important to
Yeah.
you, and what would you like to what kind of changes would you like people to enact within themselves or in a society that would make this world a better place?
Yeah. Well, I'll start with the last part. Be the change you want to see in the world. It's a
Hmm.
lot of there's a lot of hypocrisy out there when it comes to the shit show, or of what's happening in the mainstream world and politics and science and health and all these things. Um, it's What was I going to say about that? It's something that I've tuned out of. I've tuned out to a large degree, other than what comes my way from the different channels that I'm very selective about. That I listen to. Um, I don't really. I don't watch the news so much anymore. I was deep into it back during the last election because I never bought the whole Q narrative hook, line, and sinker, but I thought it was fascinating, and there was a lot of meat to the whole subject. But I always reserved skepticism from the very beginning, from the first day I heard about it, because I realized that it was a great way to basically detour a whole lot of very intelligent truther types and get them to sit on their hands and wait for the alliance to come and save the day. And there are all these catchphrases, and it's just like the classic kind of mind control phraseology, and gets into the whole cult worship and people believing in doctrines, and then becoming a faction, and being against others and that sort of thing. So that once the election happened on January 6th, I just like, okay, they were already priming the pump for the next election like 6 months later. Oh wait, 4 years of this stuff, and then it's just going to keep going. I'm like, no way. If there's a great awakening and the cabal is taken down and all that, but I'm not holding my breath, because all the people that are telling us these sorts of things all seem to be pretty, tight members of such organizations. So I think it's like think locally, think globally, act locally, but you can't say that with a plane. Think plainly, act locally. It doesn't work, but you get the idea that, and that's how I've kind of lived my life. I could be really paranoid and a prepper and living in the hills and having weapons and all that kind of thing. But I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to run away. I didn't want to hide. And I knew that if the shit really does hit the fan, you can't really predict where it's going to be bad, or what's going to go down. And so I just kind of keep my head down on some levels, and on other levels I'm very outspoken. And I touch people every day in my life, literally with my hands, and help adjust and try and bring people into help them bring themselves into better balance, and to manifest better and better health. And I've been very interested from a creative perspective in all of these endeavors with my channel and stuff, and curiosity, and yeah, so that's everybody's path is different, and I think you got to listen to your heart, follow your intuition. I used to sign off with some of my videos with thinking of the petrified hearts with the phrase, keep your heart soft, because it works better that way, as opposed to a petrified heart of stone.
Right.
So I stopped using that phrase because it started to feel cliche, and it didn't feel real and pure. And that's one of the reasons I don't do a whole lot of streaming or make a lot of videos, because it's when it strikes me and it feels right, and I'm constantly having to question my own motives, like why am I doing this? What's the ultimate goal? Who am I reaching? Is it just an echo chamber? Am I just trying to convince myself of my own narrative and that kind of thing? And it's really, I think it's critical that we all take a step back and try not to do that. And the next time I stream, it's going to be a lot on that theme of, the stuff that people share and peddle as truth that they haven't even vetted to the slightest degree, and start pushing as fact, or as a narrative. We have to be intellectually honest with ourselves and with each other.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And I just want to say I really appreciate you coming on to my humble channel, Mike. And then you have an amazing journey have had so far. And I look forward to more of your stuff. So what are you working on now? Like you're going to be working on your books. You got some talks that you got to do. You're going to meet some people. So what's the next big thing for you coming around the corner?
Well, first, I want to say thank you for inviting me, and you're a wonderful listener, and I can talk people's ear off, and it's nice to have a captive audience and somebody who's really interested in the subject matter and isn't afraid to go for a long conversation, because I find those are often the best ones. And as far as where I'm going, I thought about if I ever do an autobiography that goes beyond the hacking chapter of my life, I could probably call it Unfinished Business, because that seems to be my whole life right now. I have so many threads going in so many different directions, and I've got so much data, and so much like data in my head and data in the computer in the form of all kinds of photos and videos. And some of these content creators, I don't know how they keep track of it all and how they do it and how they pump out so much stuff. And I had to take a step back and away from it. I've had a lot going on in my personal life also. And so for now, the next event for me, I'm going to be preparing for the Music and Sky Conference, which is going to be in Mendocino, California. It's June 20th to 24th. It's the 6th year they've done it. And it's kind of like, imagine Burning Man without the psychedelics and the drugs, more family oriented, focused on truth, health, wellness, prosperity, and, homesteading and all of these things. It's that. And it's put on by Mike Winner from Alpha Vedic and a couple of close friends of his. And it's bound to be an amazing event. Some of the people who were at the Anarchapulco event are going to be there. So I'm looking forward to hanging out with them again, because that was one of the things that was so special about Mexico. As a speaker, you get to actually hang out with all the speakers. And, these are the people who are being invited in to share their knowledge. So to hang out with a large group of those kind of people is a really amazing experience. And I'm sure Music and Sky is going to be just like that. Tickets are still available. Unfortunately, the 20th was the last day for the tier 2 tickets, but it's still very reasonable. It's a family camping kind of an event. The food is supposed to be amazing. There's all kinds of different musical artists and body work and you name it. So that's coming up. From there, I'm going to go visit my mom, and then I'll go visit Hangman 1128, as I said before. And we're going to tour and look at some of the great evidence for the trees, and then hopefully do some live streams while I'm there. And at the very least, put together some videos when I get back, sharing some of this footage. I have probably 20 different videos that I could put out, but I've had to focus on my own financial life. YouTube doesn't make me any money. I've got 2 adult kids still living at home, and yeah, so that's kind of what's going on. But once I get back from that event, I'll do some content, but I'm gonna launch into the book release, because it's a project that I've been promising for years to people, and it's holding other projects back. I've got another 4 books that I want to write, and I'm a slow writer, but I know once I get this first book out and I get back in the habit of writing, which I've stopped doing because of the YouTube channel, that those others will come out flyingly.
Yeah, well, the books are not going to write themselves, I guess. So I wish you all the
No.
best with what's happening there. And thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna
Oh wait,
end it with
one
a
last thing.
song by. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say two quick things. One, shout out to all the people in the chat: 4 Jacks, Joe Cool, My Cherie, Anolani, These are a lot of names I'm familiar with. Glyph I've seen before as well. And thank you for the kind words. And Nora was here as well. No One's Flower. So
Yep.
yeah, I've seen some familiar faces. You've got some great people, and it's been a good vibe in the chat. I mentioned a few different, there's shorter videos. There's one 1-minute video called The Heart Is Not What You Think on my channel. That's a great visual for people who want to see all the things I was describing with the heart. There's a 3-minute video about the hacking stuff, which is up. I can't remember the title of it. So there are some good visuals for the things that we talked about, as well as a lot of the longer format. My live streams are some of the best work I've done, but those are typically 2.5 to 3.5 hours long. So, but your audience doesn't seem to mind that. So.
Yeah, I have some great audience here. I'm very grateful, and this channel wouldn't be what it is. Even with 1,170 subs, I feel that I am very lucky with the type of people I have attracted, and have been interviewing some very interesting people, you including, of course. And I again am very grateful that we had this opportunity to have this conversation. There's a lot of information. I think, you could probably go on for another 3-4 hours, honestly, with all the information that's stored in your head. But I think it's good to put a pin on it for now, and then maybe in the future we can have another conversation. I would love that.
So much of this makes way more sense when you have the visuals. So to do this auditorily is, it's challenging, and that's where the videos really drive it home, because then you can see for yourself. You can see the correlations, and you can see how it matches up to, the trees and the heartstones and everything. So yeah, thanks again for the invite. I'll share this on my channel as well. I'll do it as a premiere, so there will be a chat there. This is a record for me. I've never gone 5 hours with anybody before. And that just shows you what I can do when I've got a great listener and a gracious host. So thank you for the invite.
Yeah, well, thank you again. I'm gonna end it with a song by Steve and Alex Michael, and then we'll end it with that.
I was there for that. I filmed
No.
one of the sides. So yeah, Alex lives in the same town as me. So we've been friends for 9 years now. And when Steve Falconer was in Mexico, and I got to know him. In fact, there was a mistake with my room, and I ended up rooming with him for a week, and another guy named Jack, and had a really amazing time there. And he'd already been planning to come here and visit Alex and myself. And this was just the product of an amazing 4 days. And there's another very controversial Rude song that'll be coming as well that Alex is working on that I can't mention yet, but this is a masterpiece. And I think Steve nailed it with the lyrics, definitely speaks to the heart. And I was really blessed to be in the room when they did this performance.
Wow, amazing. And I picked out the song to end it with before you even started talking about Alex Michael and your connections with him. So I think that would be considered a synchronicity of something. Yeah.
Awesome. Can't
Amazing.
wait to hear it again. I never get tired of this one. It's so good. Thanks everybody for coming. Sub to the channel if you haven't, and check this stuff out yourself. 2, 4, 5, 6.
No, you don't care what they're gonna do. You don't like worrying about things that are bigger than you. While your husband and children are sent off to war, you hang up your flag, miss, don't ask much more. You think your side is winning, but you don't know the score. There aren't peace in the East, we are the best in the West. We don't reason very well wearing bulletproof vests. It ain't money that's power, it's knowledge that's king. Better open your eyes, sir, they ain't the same thing. You don't have either, and that's why you're down. That ain't never gonna change while your head's in the ground. They don't want you going anywhere except 6 feet underground. I believe in those dog-lying wolves on the screen, whose words you believe in, whose pockets are green. While you're green with envy, you guess it's okay, long as everybody else is getting stepped on the same way. You think you have freedom, but you'll wake up someday. So they tax you and drug you and work you to death. They defeat you and cheat you until your last breath. Then they poison your body and waste all your time. Then they pull on your strings, but it's all in your mind. You think you make choices, but you're just last in line. They'll be churching you, schooling you, ruling you through, selling you and telling you what's good for you to do. They abuse you, confuse you, and use you each day. Then they paralyze you, sterilize you, that's how they play. And you trust them, you lust them, you do anything they say. Then they make you their pet, 'cause you signed your name away. You think you have freedom, but you'll wake up someday, but still you play. Yes, you think you have freedom, but you'll wake up someday. There's just no way. You think you have freedom, but you'll wake up someday.